Greg, the Yankees have spent most of the first 2 months of the season in an unfamiliar place, looking up in the AL East standings. The Tigers, everyone's preseason pick to win the AL Central, haven't lived up to expectations so far this season. Two teams trying to heat up as the calendar turns to June. Meet on Fox's Baseball Night in America. It's that night again. It's Baseball Night in America. It could not be any more pleasant here in Detroit. And some of the names and faces on display here tonight: Jeter, Rodriguez, Fielder, Miguel Cabrera, even mascots and Star Wars characters, you name it, they're all here, and so are you, watching in high def. Tonight, it's Baseball Night in America. And now welcome inside the broadcast booth, everybody. I'm Joe Buck. Tim McCarver and Ken Rosenthal are both coming up. Okay, so we were here week one, first Saturday of the regular season. The Red Sox were playing here. We were sizing up what we thought was going to happen this year in the AL Central. So I said to my soon-to-be Hall of Fame partner this: how good are the Detroit Tigers?
I can't think of a team in recent memory that is a clear-cut favorite to win their division. I mean, they can hit, they can pitch, and in Jim Leyland, they know they have a winning manager.
So, are you going to pay attention to whatever we say here for the next minute and a half? I mean, first of all, the White Sox are red hot, but this is a Detroit team that's lost 7 of their last 11, and they're under 500.
Yeah, I think the White Sox, clearly, they've won 9 in a row, red hot, and they are going to have something to say about this American League Central. So if the Tigers do win it, it's going to be a lot more difficult than they thought.
And I think if you look at the Yankees, here's a team that is over 500. The whole AL East is over 500. And with all that's gone on, they're right there in the race.
Joe Girardi can't believe it. Inconsistent starting pitching. They lose 2 of the best relievers in baseball, and Robertson and Mariano Rivera. And they're on base with runners in scoring position. Deplorable. So how are they doing it? They're a game out of first place.
Yeah, they're a game out of first place, mixing and matching and getting ready here tonight to try to take the first 2 games of this 3-game set here in Detroit. We are in Motown. Glad you're with us. Baseball Night in America comes your way next. down to the field, and the Tigers roll out their 4 games under 500, taking on the Yankees. And we get set for baseball. The opening pitch will be brought to you by Budweiser. Great times are waiting. Grab some buds. Porcello takes his warm-up tosses, and tonight's starting lineup for the Yankees. Brought to you by Taco Bell. Sometimes you gotta live Moss. Here they are. Derek Jeter leads it off. Then Granderson bats second. Alex Rodriguez hits third. He homered last night, as did Granderson. Then it's Cano, who's been hot, to Shera at first. Ibanez in left. Nick Swisher in right. The DH is Eric Chavez, and then it's the number 9 man, Russell Martin, who's doing the catching here this evening. There's the right-hander, Rick Porcello, a 3-game winner and an ERA of 5.21 as the Tigers turn to him to try to get the second game of this set before the rubber game, they hope, tomorrow in a matchup of Verlander and Phil Hughes.
One thing Rick Porcello wants to do is get through the first inning. He's given up 15 earned runs in the first inning in his 10 starts, and that is a load of earned run average.
And it's put together for a 13.5 earned run average, to be exact. Jeter takes a strike, and we're underway. A 92-mile-an-hour fastball to Derek Jeter. Yankees are on kind of an oddly laid out road trip right now. They were good out west, and they won here last night. That's going to be Peralta, and that is out number 1 to start the night.
And that's a good sign on the first hitter for Rick Porcello, because he's got to keep the ball down. I know you've heard that before, how many times, but he throws a lot of ground balls, and when he does, then Jim Leyland saying that if the outfielders are not in play, that's good for us.
Granderson now, who hit a grand slam last night, the former Detroit Tiger, went deep into right, and he did it off Casey Crosby, a young left-hander making his major league debut. Crosby last night walked 4 of the first 6 batters he faced and paid the price. First pitch, a ball to Granderson, and now a pitch down and in, 2-0.
Curtis Granderson with 41 home runs last year, 17 this year. Those 58 home runs since the beginning of 2011, the most in the majors.
Batting in that number 2 spot. He takes a strike. Home plate umpire tonight is Bob Davidson. And there's that stat. He's joined by Hunter Wendelstedt at first, Dan Bellino at second, and Jerry Lane is over at third. Here's a 2-1. 2-2.
Good changeup from Porcello. He uses this against left-handed hitters, and it's a good one.
Here's a 2-2 from Porcello. Hard hit right side, right at the second baseman. Another ground ball. Worth takes care of it. 2 out. And now the defense brought to you by Scott's. The outfield has got Kelly in left, the newcomer, as you look at the umpires, Barry in center with Brennan Bosch in right. Around the infield, it's Cabrera, Peralta, Worth, and Fielder. The catcher is Omir Santos, as both the other 2 catchers are banged up for Detroit. That means their starter Alex Avila and his backup Jared Laird, who is day-to-day with a bad right hamstring. Here's Rodriguez. He homered last night. He's hit 8 on the year, took a strike, and so far so good for Porcello. And now the next. Strike 2, and this could be an uneventful first for Rick if he can make a good pitch to Rodriguez, hitting 280.
The Tigers are so banged up behind the plate, they didn't even have a catcher to catch the first pitch from Darth Vader tonight.
Darth Vader in the house tonight. It's Star Wars night, as they do every year here. It's been 35 years since Star Wars was introduced to the world, and that changed the life of my partner Tim McCarver, who has since collected figurines and dresses as Darth on weekends when he's not doing the Baseball Night in America telecast. Here's the 0-2. Up the middle, and a 2-out base hit. So the top of the first inning won't be a 1-2-3 affair for the right-hander Porcello and Robinson Cano, who will be hitting in front of, as you know, Tim, stormtroopers. There's your friend Chewbacca, the lovely Princess Leia, and even the mascot is in on the fun. And there was the first pitch. It was just willed to the plate by Darth Vader. He then told Dwayne Belo, who caught that pitch that he was his father. 1 on, 2 out, and a grounder foul outside first. Might get a rain shower here tonight. In fact, I think it's raining right now. It is raining. Need Myers here, Chris Myers, to tell us if it's raining. Typically he's down there reporting that there is precipitation, but not here tonight. We have to do it by sight. People headed for cover, not raining very hard obviously. 1 on, 2 out, and the 0-1 pitch. That drives Cano off the plate, and a good pitch from Porcello to a guy who's hit 8 home runs and has been hot at .323 average, 7 of those 8 home runs since the 6th of May.
You like to see a guy like Porcello come into a left-handed hitter. That makes that pitch away from it a lot better.
Here's one down the right field line toward the corner, cut off by Bosch. Going first to third is Rodriguez, and that is back-to-back hits and back-to-back singles by Rodriguez and Cano. The inning will continue for Teixeira, and we give you tonight's Ford Go Further keys to the game.
You talked about that odd road trip for the Yankees. They won 3 in a row at Oakland, and then went to Anaheim, lost 2 out of 3 to the Angels, and then won last night. So they're 5-2, trying to feed off that good road trip. And for the Tigers, it's very simple. They're trying to find that consistency, but haven't found it yet.
Runners at the corners, 2 out, and Teixeira takes a ball that just missed up and away. Teixeira has scrapped the whole idea that he came into the season with, trying to hit the ball to all fields. He is going back to what made him his money, and that is being a pull hitter and hitting home runs. That a good changeup from Porcello, and the count 1-1. He was not specific by saying who he was trying to make happy, but he said, I came into the season trying to make others happy, and it's just not what I do.
Ultimately, it gets back to you.
In this game, I don't
Absolutely.
see how you can do it any other way for a guy that's playing with a big contract, 32 years old, and trying to put up power numbers. The count 2-1. Porcello trying to dodge raindrops and scoring here in the first. Strike 2. So again, Porcello is one good pitch away from getting out of this top of the first before Hiroki Kuroda goes to the hill in the bottom half. Now the rain picks up just a bit. There's Kuroda coming off a win in Oakland. That's foul. 95 from Porcello, who is in his 4th year in the big leagues. He's only 23.
Had his best year, his first year, 14-9 that year.
Yankees making him work here in the first, and now the count goes full 3-2. 14-9, 31 starts in 09 after being the 27th overall pick in 07. A lot of other teams might have taken him if they believed that it would be reasonable to sign him financially. Here's a ground ball to short, should end the inning. At least the top half. Peralta does his part, and the Yankees strand 2. Bottom of the first rolls in. Kuroda to the hill. No score in Detroit. 4-6 on his one-year deal with the Yankees, and here's the Taco Bell starting lineup for Detroit. Taco Bell, sometimes you gotta live Moss. Quentin Berry's been a revelation. He leads it off. There he is, followed by Danny Worth, Miguel Cabrera, Prince Fielder. Number 5 batters, the DH Delman Young, then Brennan Bosch, Johnny Peralta, Don Kelly, and Omir Santos is catching and batting ninth. So you've got the two power-laden clubs, their catchers each hitting ninth on a Saturday night. And here are the numbers this season for Kuroda, coming off a 2-0 win, his first road win of the season at Oakland.
And he also has problems in the first inning. He's given up 10 first-inning runs in 10 starts. A hard splitter at 88-89, that's unusual. You can tell the difference between the curve and the slider. There's the little hump in the curveball. And he's trying to regain last year's form when he had a 3.07 earned run average for the Dodgers.
Fans are loving Quentin Berry, and why not? He's hitting .364. This is his 11th game since being called up. He's 16 of 44, and he's been hot. He's got 6 hits the last 2 games combined. That is a ball up and in, 1-1. So he's taking the place in center and leading off for Austin Jackson, who is on the disabled list and staying on the disabled list with a strained abdominal muscle. That's high, and it's 2-1.
Quentin Berry, on May 23rd, keep in mind he was released 4 times in the minor leagues. 4 times.
There's a strike, and it's 2-2. So he's with his 5th organization over the last 2 years. 27 years old, a .267 hitter with a lot of strikeouts in the minor leagues. That's inside. Rain picks up a bit, and the count full 3-2. Jerry Lane is the crew chief over at third. In case you're wondering about a tarp and a delay. 3-2 pitch. A leadoff walk from Kuroda.
It's so refreshing to see a young player like Quentin Berry, 27 years old, but we talked about his being released in the minors from 4 different organizations. And the quote of the week said, "No more peanut butter and jelly sandwiches." He said, "I'm finally going to have something hot to eat."
You're really trying to sell that quote of the week, aren't you?
Yeah, I am.
I think it's a sales opportunity for
absolutely. I'm
Neil
a businessman.
Mulcahy and guys like that.
Absolutely.
Step on it. Let's go to work.
Get to work.
1 on, nobody out. Wind is picked up. Rain is falling. Runner is going, and no chance. Stolen base number 6. And he has not been caught yet in the big league. 6 for 6.
It just flies off of first base. A tough pitch to handle by Russell Martin. So tough he couldn't make a throw.
And this is turning into a nasty night weather-wise, with the blowing rain out on the field. Here comes a 1-0. A bunt. Kuroda will make the play at first. Covering is Cano. Out is Danny Worth, and the runner's at third. That's Berry. 1 out, and they're going to call the tarp onto the field. There's Jerry Lane, the crew chief, over at third, and we will be in a delay. And this really wasn't forecast.
No, wind and rain picking up. Really tough on a starting pitcher.
Greg Amsinger is standing by in the MLB studios. Hopefully this will be a quick delay, or this will be a long night here in Detroit and a battle of the bullpens. But right now, we're in a brief delay. Stay with us. We're going to send you to the studio. Here's Greg Amsinger as we continue in Detroit.
We are experiencing some weather out in Detroit.
this in approximately 3.5 minutes. That's what they have on the scoreboard, and it might be even quicker. And where are we? The Yankees got 2 hits in their half of the first inning. The Tigers were handed a leadoff walk, a stolen base by Quentin Berry, a bunt. Runner at third, 1 out. Miguel Cabrera with a chance for RBI number 43 or more. He was tied for second in the American League in that category. And Joe Girardi's ball club is only a game out because of what's transpired in the AL East. Tampa Bay and Baltimore now, with Baltimore winning today, each are 30 and 23. The Yankees are a game out. Boston's 2 out, and Toronto is just 3 out in a division where all 5 teams are over the 500 mark. On the other side, Jim Leyland's much talked about Detroit Tigers coming in, and it's easy to forget that Victor Martinez is injured, was lost during the offseason. That prompted the signing of Prince Fielder. You see Chicago, they've won 9 straight. They're 8-8. The White Sox are on the top of the 12th at home against Seattle. And that look at the division, even with all the issues and being 4 games under 500 right now, just 6 games out, with miles to go before we sleep on the 2012 regular season. So Cabrera is back to the plate. Runner at third, 1 out, and a chance for the Tigers to jump on top against Hiroki Kuroda, who's trying to pitch around the leadoff walk, and that is really hard to do with this guy at the plate and Prince Fielder on deck. Cabrera with a chance to put Detroit in front. Pops it up, right side, foul ball, and that is a big out. Cabrera waited over a half hour to foul out to the first baseman, Teixeira, to leave the runner at third. 2 out now. It's up to Prince Fielder.
Not only a big out right there, but now Joe Girardi has the option of walking Fielder. Remember, managers don't like to walk too many guys in the early innings because chance for big innings. But if he elects to, he could walk Fielder and pitch to Delmon Young. But they appear to be going to pitch to Prince.
It was officially a 39-minute rain delay, and Delmon Young will watch the at-bat by Fielder, who has been crushing right-handed pitching this season. Runner at third, 2 out. Strike 1. There's that overhand hook from Hiroki Kuroda. Fielder is hitting .350 with 7 of his 8 home runs against right-handed pitching and 20 of his 34 RBIs. .278 against lefties, in case you're wondering. The 0-1 pitch. Runner at third, 2 out. Is jammed back and out of play, strike 2. There are the numbers and the splits for Prince Fielder against lefties and righties. A Yankee fan wearing a Jeter jersey caught that foul ball. That's why the crowd reacted the way they did. If you heard the booing, and the count 0-2 on Fielder. And Kuroda get around that leadoff walk. Here it is from the right-hander, and it's down and away, ball 1.
That was that hard splitter we were talking about in the scouting report. He throws it very hard, and it's tough for a catcher to handle. As you see, Russell Martin behind the plate.
And the guy at the plate that got that $214 million deal. And just like his opponent tonight, Porcello, it's been a struggle for Kuroda, working on extra rest tonight in the first inning, and that's a rocket caught by Teixeira. Or it caught Teixeira.
Yeah.
And the inning is over. A leadoff walk, a stolen base, and then that reaction on a ball that could not have been hit harder by Prince Fielder. We're hoping for better weather tonight. No score after 1. Budweiser is sponsored by the makers of Bayer Advanced Aspirin, the official pain reliever of MLB. Hopefully the rain is out of here for the rest of the night. The last out of the inning. Off the bat of Fielder and almost through the glove of Teixeira at first to end the frame, and that meant that Kuroda got around the runner at third, one-out situation and around the leadoff walk. So he gets congratulations in the dugout. We move to the second, and the birthday boy, Raul Ibanez, who is turning 40 today, I guess he already did, takes a strike. We're underway in the second. It'll be Ibanez, then Nick Swisher, then Chavez, the DH. Eric hitting .253 against Porcello. Got around 2 hits in the first, and that's out of play. Strike 2.
Also, Gene Michael, 74 years old today. So happy birthday to the Stick.
Yeah, longtime baseball man, former manager of the Yankees, the Cubs, longtime front office man, a baseball lifer, and a great guy. 0-2 the count. That's a tailing pitch that just missed inside. In fact, Gene Michael was the guy who was assisting Bob Watson when they were putting together those great teams for Joe Torre. Torre arrived in '96, and you know what happened after that. Winners in what, '96, '98, '99 with that group, and then as Joe Girardi, who's won one as a manager in 2009 with the Yankees. That's an out at first. We'll go to Greg Amsinger for a DirecTV game break.
Joe, the White Sox have a 9-game winning streak on the line, and John Jaso isn't going to help that. This is a gap shot to right center. Kawasaki scores. It's now 10-8 Seattle. If you call yourself a sports fan, you got to get DirecTV. Call 1-800-DirecTV. Joe, Tim, listen to this. 8 total home runs hit in this game. Back to you.
All right, so the ball is jumping in Chicago on the south side, and 1 out, nobody on. The batter is Swisher, who takes a pitch up and in, ball 1. Seattle started the night 8 games under 500, 9 out in the AL West. The Angels have won 9 of 10, and they started the day just 4.5 behind Texas. So they're red hot. Pujols is hot. Their pitching has clicked, and they're a tough team to beat. Yankees have faced them on this trip and lost 2 of 3 in Anaheim. Here's a 1-1. Strike 2. Swisher's been struggling of late. Just 202 since the 8th of May, 1 home run. And he's in the hole here, 1-2.
The other team in the American League West, the Oakland Athletics, with a 208 team batting average. 208.
Here's a 1-2. That somehow eludes the glove of Santos. They've clicked off the home plate umpire, Bob Davidson, in the count 2-2. Ibanez grounded out. On deck is Chavez, the DH, and here's the next from the Detroit right-hander. Good pitch down and in, and strikeout number 1 on the night for Rick Porcello.
Boy, that is an excellent curveball from Porcello. He can mix that in along with the sinker and change to left-handers. That will help him immensely. Good breaking ball to get Swisher.
It means the bases are empty for Chavez, who starred for that Oakland A's team that you just talked about, how they're not hitting. Chavez is, and he hits one in the gap in right center field. The DH, who has done nothing out of this role this season, better as a position player, has a 2-out stand-up double, and the Yankees have a scoring chance here in the second. Chavez was part of an Oakland team that was in the postseason 2000 through 2003, and he plugs the gap here in the second in Detroit. Picking up his third base coach, Rob Thompson, and content with seeing a stop sign. And now Russell Martin, who is hitting just 187. For a guy hitting 187, the on-base percentage isn't awful. 333, and the pitch down and away, ball 1.
Russell's always had a good eye. He's walked 22 times this year. That keeps the on-base percentage up.
That's inside, and the count 2-0 with the red-hot Derek Jeter on deck. Jeter among the top 3 in baseball this year, about to turn 38 with 73 hits already. Here's a 2-0. That's low, 3-0, and if you are Jim Leland or their pitching coach Jeff Jones, you're over there thinking,
don't walk him.
You can't walk the guy hitting 187 to face Jeter.
No.
Not that he's trying to, and a 3-0 pitch is a strike. The 3-1 pitch is swung on and foul tipped, a full count. Joe Girardi, the manager of the Yankees, was asked during the week, what if Russell Martin doesn't start hitting? And his answer was, I think I'm going to have to live with it because of what he does behind the plate with the pitching staff. The kind of receiver that he is. Good pitch by Porcello, and after falling behind 3-0, he comes back to get Martin on a weak ground ball to the right side. Bottom of the second rolls in. No score in Detroit. Your great times are waiting. Grab some buds. We're moving to the bottom of the second inning, and for the Tigers, that means Delman Young, Brennan Bosch, and Johnny Peralta against the right-hander Hiroki Kuroda, who's trying to build on his last start at Oakland when he went 8, allowed no runs on 2 hits, and a 2-0 win. Foul ball for strike 1. Delman Young has been better of late, .358 his last 14 games. Taking on Kuroda, who was with the Hiroshima Carp from 97 through 2007, with the Dodgers from 08 to last year, when he was 13 and 16. He's had only 1 season in the big leagues here in the States, and in Canada, where he has been over 500. That was 8 and 7 in 09. Here's one off the end of the bat into left field, and coming in to get it is Ibanez. 1 out. Give you the alignment for the Yankees defensively. It's brought to you by Scott's. Ibanez is in left. To his left, Granderson. To his left is Nick Swisher. Around the infield, A-Rod, Jeter, Robinson, Cano, Mark Teixeira. Catcher is Russell Martin, and Kuroda on the mound. Brennan Bosch now. And the part of the lineup that has been a real issue for the Tigers this season. 5 through 9. That group is hitting just .233. Top 4 hitting .303. And that's the biggest drop off in the big leagues. This is a team that has to score runs. They don't have a great defense. On the infield, they don't cover a ton of ground. They got, I think, the game's best pitcher in Justin Verlander.
Yep.
Max Scherzer has been tremendous this season. But this is a ball club that Dave Dombrowski and Scherzer, Jim Leyland have put together to pound the ball and score runs, light up the scoreboard. That's popped up. Shallow left. That ball is caught. Ibanez had enough time to get there. Off the end of the bat, it hung up, 2 out.
Ibanez didn't see that ball initially. It's a tough time of night in the gloaming here in Detroit, but he recovers to make the play. Yeah, I think Jim Leyland explained it very well. He said there are too many dead spots in our lineup. Boy, does that say a lot.
Peralta chunks one up the middle to his right. Cano, who slings it across, and it's a quick and easy second for Kuroda. Back to Detroit after a word from your local Fox station. No score. Presented by Budweiser. Top of the order will bat for the Yankees in the third. There is no score. And this beautiful ballpark all lit up. And it's almost 8:30 here in Detroit. Jeter grounded out his first time up, and it was 20 years ago yesterday. The Yankees made a great decision to draft Derek Jeter out of Kalamazoo, Michigan. He grew up in this state, but grew up a Yankee fan. As he takes a strike from Porcello, who has struck out one, allowed no runs on 3 hits. Jeter with 3,161 hits. Dick Roach was the Michigan-based scout that told the Yankees he had to be the pick. Out of Kalamazoo Central High School, class of '92. As the years roll on and we look at some of the pictures from the younger days. There's his junior year, the 6th overall pick. He tests Peralta out at first, and it was Dick Roach who told the Yankees, don't worry, he's not going to Michigan, he's going to Cooperstown. He was right 20 years ago, and it's more and more obvious as every day passes with Jeter in the big leagues.
How in the world did Derek Jeter get to the 6th round or to the 6th pick? Phil Nevin of the Houston Astros, who is coincidentally the manager of the Toledo Mud Hens, the AAA affiliate of Detroit, and the scout, the great Hal Newhouser, he was the MVP for the Detroit Tigers in 44 and 45 and loved Jeter. Not that he didn't like Phil Nevin, but he liked Jeter, and the Astros didn't listen to Newhouser, and Jeter was the 6th pick, and Hal Newhouser, one of 5, make that 6 numbers, retired by the Tigers.
Ken Rosenthal is with us. He's been dodging raindrops down in the dugout area, and you were around the Orioles on an everyday basis. They took Jeffrey Hammonds. You know anything about their thinking back in '92?
Joe, what I remember is the Orioles were overjoyed to get Jeffrey Hammonds. They considered him a guy that really should have been the #1 pick in the country, but didn't go there because of signability concerns. And when he flipped the 4, they were thrilled.
Here's a bunt base hit for the guy who hit a grand slam last night. A nice job by Danny Wirth to back up. That saves an extra base and an error. That's a base hit all the way. And after Jeter grounded out, this perfect bunt from the guy who is tied for 2nd in the AL with 17 home runs.
And from a guy who hit a 380-foot grand slam home run last night. Hits it about 15 feet tonight for another hit.
So 1 on 1 out for Alex Rodriguez, and as A-Rod digs in, he carries with him his 637 home runs all time, and he takes a strike over the inside corner. He is 125 home runs shy of the all-time record set by Barry Bonds. He is a career .337 hitter against Detroit. Singled his first time. Bounced one up the middle last night, hit a high breaking ball, a hanger from Dotel, and took it out into left center field. Check on Granderson, who has a small lead. After Rodriguez, it's Cano, 1 on 1 out. Breaking ball, I believe, fouled back toward us. And the count 0-2.
That's that fastball inside, as was the first strike. American League pitchers trying not to allow Rodriguez to extend his arms. Good pitch from Porcello, crowding Rodriguez.
So the count 0-2.
Coming back inside.
And a foul ball that got a lot of Rodriguez. The book on Rodriguez and what the Tigers tried to do last night was pound him with hard stuff like this. And it was a hanging breaking ball from Dotel after a solid line drive foul ball and a fastball during that at bat. And Rodriguez hit out of the park for home run number 8 this season. Check on the runner at first. That's Granderson. He has only 2 stolen bases. In fact, the guy at the plate, Alex Rodriguez, is 6 for 6 in the stolen base department. And this is a team that really misses Brett Gardner. One real speed threat in the lineup as Rodriguez grounds it foul. Gardner has not played since the 17th of April. Hurt his elbow, a strained right elbow, and talking to Joe Girardi, I read it. I didn't believe it when I read it, but he said Gardner, who has not been in any games, could be back with the big club as early as next weekend.
Yeah, we were both surprised at that.
1 on 1 out in the 0-2. Strikeout number 2. Out number 2. The batter will be Cano. Let's go to Greg Amsinger for a DirecTV game break.
Well, Joe, a home run derby in Chicago is finally over. Adam Dunn, bottom 12, grounds into the shift. Final score, Seattle 10. The White Sox 9-game winning streak is over. as they lose 10-8, 16 different pitchers used. Call yourself a sports fan, you got to get DirecTV. Call 1-800-DirecTV. Joe, Tim, back to you in Detroit.
On a 62-degree night here in Detroit. Thank you, Greg. 1 on, 2 out. Here's Cano. Singled his first time as he ripped one down toward the right field corner, and he fouls it away for strike 1. Cano with 147 home runs in his time with the Yankees as a second baseman. It's tied for the most out of that defensive position with Tony Lazzeri among Yankees second basemen. So the next one, he's got the record. He's hit 8 this season. That's in the dirt. So if you're the Yankees, Tim, and I know I just cut you off, you think about where they are, and we talked about this at the beginning of the night, but that's a while ago. They lose Robertson. They lose Rivera. They lose Pineda in spring training, the big right-hander that they got in the trade with Seattle. They've been inconsistent in their rotation. They've had to mix and match in the bullpen. Their team's been bad hitting with runners in scoring position, and yet throughout all that, they're one game out of first place.
And we talked to Joe Girardi about all of those things, and we asked him if he's surprised that they're 5 games over 500. He said absolutely, but we'll take it.
Here's the 1-1. Cano takes a ball. He said, what do you need as you go forward? Do you need another starter? Do you need another bat? He said, we just need more consistency. And I don't know if he was ducking the question or not. It seems like they're ripe for another starter if they could find one. And, you know, they've got a high dollar lineup. And those guys are going to have to be around and play. They need Gardner back, too.
You know, from a standpoint of managing, I'm not too sure Joe Girardi gets enough credit. When people talk about the New York Yankees, they talk about the high payroll. They talk about all the stars. You talk about managers of other clubs, Jim Leyland of Detroit, Tony La Russa of St. Louis, Mike Matheny in his first year, Robin Ventura. There are a lot of stories written about a lot of managers, but very few about Joe Girardi of the Yankees.
Granderson takes off. Throw down is not in time. It sailed a bit from Santos. And it's stolen base number 3 on the year for Granderson.
This is the type throw that infielders hate more than any other because it's tailing into the runner. And even though the tag was made by Peralta, the left hand of Curtis Granderson, I was going to say it was already on the bag, but that shot, I'm not too sure.
No, it looked like he had him.
Yeah.
Instead, the inning continues. And Cano grounds foul outside first. The throw did tail right into the runner, but the ball, mitt on the hip.
He was out.
Hand not on the bag. He was out, but it's stolen base number 3. And an RBI chance for Cano, who's at the plate with a full count.
Joe Girardi, the manager of the year, his first year with Florida, first and only year. Then he took a job as a bench coach under Joe Torre, then became the Yankees manager in 2008. And as you said earlier, he won the World Series with the Yankees in 2009. But he has done a terrific job. But I think most people talking about the Yankees.
Here's a jam shot, broken bat, and he out ends the inning.
Say that because of a $209 million contract, anybody could manage that team, and that's not true.
Some faces to break as we go to the bottom of the 3rd. Tigers coming up. White Sox have had their winning streak snapped. There's no score. Breaking ball is high from the right hand of Kuroda, underway in the bottom of the third. No score. Don Kelly, Omir Santos, and Quentin Berry. 8, 9, and 1 hitters. This is Kelly representing the bottom part of the order and hitting 172. No homers, 5 RBIs, and tonight Jim Leyland is working with a short bench. Avila's got a leg issue and likely unavailable. Here's Cano to his left. Gerald Laird the same with a right hamstring pull. He's day-to-day, but really only Ramon Santiago is available. Andy Dirks is out with a strained right Achilles tendon. You can play Fox Fantasy Baseball Hot Streak and win cash prizes. It's as easy as picking a player, picking a stat, and starting a hot streak. Plus, pick 15 straight correctly and win $15 in Fox Sports shopping bucks. Log on to foxsports.com/fantasy and start your streak right now. Here is Santos, who is 0 for 3 since being recalled. Came up on Saturday. That's up the middle. And for the Tigers, their first hit of the night.
You mentioned Alex Avila and Gerald Laird, who has a World Series ring, by the way, given to him by Tony La Russa about 2 weeks after the Cardinals received theirs. Laird with the Cardinals last year. But Don Kelly would be the backup catcher tonight if they need one. Trying to give Laird and Avila a night off again for Avila.
And so with Dirks out, Rayburn down back in the minor leagues at AAA Toledo, it is a thin bench. Really consists of one on, one out. Back to the top of the order, and Quentin Berry fouls away strike one. Tigers hoping to get some production out of the second base position. The guy who they've settled on now is on deck, and Danny Worth. Here is an 0-1 from Kuroda after a long look in, and Berry steps out. Quentin walked his first time, stole second, was bunted to third, and then was stranded as Cabrera fouled out, and Prince Fielder hit a rocket line drive to end the first. Outside, a ball and a strike. Last night, Gerald Laird, who because the Tigers have added an extra catcher would get more work swinging the bat, pulled his hamstring, and that's why he took a dive into first base. Kind of limited the damage in his mind by not taking one more stride and just flopping down on the bag. That's a strike. Good pitch, strike two.
Gerald telling us before the game that he's never done that before, dive into first base. But he felt like the hamstring was going to pop. It's right near the knee. And had he not dove into first base, he would have popped it. And he said, and I mean, I would have popped it.
1 on, 1 out. The 1-2 is in the dirt, squirts away, and down to second goes Santos.
I think Russell Martin thought he had that ball corralled, but it squirted between the legs. He looked down thinking he had the ball. A lot of times you can feel whether that ball's in your mid or not. That was a strange play. It will be a wild pitch, but a pitch that Russell Martin usually comes up with.
So now the RBI chance for Detroit. Chance to gain a game tonight. They are at the moment just 5.5 out. Here's a 2-2. That was a foul ball. It hit Berry while he was in the batter's box after it hit his bat. So a dead ball. The count's still 2-2.
That could be a key wild pitch because, you know, the only thing that can stop Berry from running is having a slow runner in front of him. Wild pitch, you get him to second base. If he moves Santos to third and is at first, he could steal second. Or if he gets a run scoring single, he can steal second.
Two and two the count. Runner at second, one out. A strikeout for Kuroda, his first of the night. And Barry checks with the home plate umpire, Bob Davidson, to see if he swung at a strike. It's out number 2.
That was that hard splitter from Kuroda. We said earlier, about 2 hours ago, as Barry checks with Bob Davidson, it was a strike. Good pitch, yes.
So it's up to Danny Worth, who is finally getting his chance, it appears, to settle in and see what he can do on a more regular basis as the second baseman. This is not a time to bunt, but he shows it, and he takes a ball.
Now with 2 out and a runner on at second base, why leave the RBI opportunity up to the next guy, even though the next guy is Miguel Cabrera, one of the best hitters in the game.
This Tigers organization has been looking for a regular second baseman since Polanco left after 2009. And they have had a ton of guys give it a shot. That one is up and in. Throw down behind the runner from Martin. The count's 2-0. So Polanco leaves. They've had Santiago. He's still with the club. Rhymes is no longer with the team. He's with Tampa Bay. Worth is here. Kelly. Rayburn's been shipped out to the minor leagues. Carlos Guillen is finished. Sizemore, Brandon Inge, who's now with Oakland. Scott Sizemore no longer with the Detroit Tigers, and the pitch is down and away. The count's 3-0, and Kuroda may do the Tigers a favor. So the point is, among all the second basemen they've had this season, the group has combined for a 181 average.
Wow.
Here's a 3-0. 1.
Yeah, sometimes numbers is not a good thing. Detroit's had a bunch of guys who could play second base, but as second baseman, they can't hit thus far.
There's Santiago, switch hitting second baseman, who went deep last night. 3-1 pitch from Kuroda is a strike over the outside corner. 3-2. The infield coach, Rafael Belliard, who played with the Pirates for Jim Leyland back in the early 90s. Here comes a 3-2 from Kuroda, trying to end the threat right here. A little pop up. That ball might drop. Cano is out to grab it with a nice catch. And a running grab to save a run. A little smile from Robinson Cano, who says, "Don't call me Robbie, unless you know me really well." It's Robinson, thank you very much, and it's the end of 3 in Detroit with no score. Took care of the rest and kept a run off the board.
One of the few second basemen in baseball that can go to his left very well and his right very well, with a shortstop's arm playing second. He's a good one.
High fives in the dugout, so no score into the fourth inning. Teixeira, Ibanez, and Swisher for the Yankees against the right-hander Porcello. We had a 39-minute rain delay. It happened in the first, and Teixeira, who grounded out with runners at the corners and 2 out in the first, will lead it off. Teixeira through the 10th of May was hitting only .212. 10th of May, 4 homers, 17 RBIs. He's been hot since, and we talked about it during his first at bat. He has scrapped the idea of hitting it the other way, although there is no real pronounced shift on the infield as much as there is in the outfield for Teixeira.
It's unusual.
They're not straight away, but they're not completely out of position.
In the year of the shift.
Yeah, you're going to have to sell me on that one. Here's a 2-0. Fly ball in the air to left. Will it carry? Back at the wall. It is caught for the first out, and it was taken away. Don Kelly just robbed Teixeira of his 10th of the year. And he went high over the wall to get it.
Just a dandy play by Don Kelly. That certainly would have been a home run were it not for the jumping ability. And now the crowd here is seeing it on the Tiger vision. That saved a run. Cano saved a run. Kelly comes back, saves a run to open the fourth.
Now a strike to Ibanez. And the reaction from Porcello, who probably for a moment thought he had just allowed his 8th home run of the year.
He's the guy who was helped the most.
Yeah, I'll say. Here comes the 0-1. Ibanez took it on the outside part, strike 2. So put a star by that. What a catch by Don Kelly in left. This team not known for their defense. Come up with a gem there. Here's one to Fielder. Smothers it, flips it for the out. They just did get Ibanez 2 out. And before Swisher Bats will tell you, today's game presented by Budweiser is sponsored by the all-new Mazda CX-5 with 35 highway MPG. Here's Nick Swisher with 2 out. He's 0 for 1. Struck out his first time up. The Yankees have 4 hits. Tigers have 1. Check swing on a pitch down and in.
Porcello has done everything Jim Leland has been talking to him about doing, and that's getting ground balls. Only 1 fly ball out. Make that, 1 fly ball out, and that was the play that Kelly made in left field. 2 strikeouts, the rest ground balls.
Porcello wanted the home plate umpire Bob Davidson to check with the third base umpire Jerry Lane after that check swing. On the first pitch, Davidson did not. That's up to the home plate umpire. It was called a ball, now a strike. And there's the 1 fly out with the 2 strikeouts. And then all the ground outs. That's in the dirt. And the count 2-1. Chavez on deck. He has the game's only extra base hit. Got under it, flies it into shallow center, and it's Berry coming in for the out. Big hitters coming up for Detroit as we go into the bottom of the 4th inning. Here they come, Cabrera, Fielder, and Delman Young. But the 2 big guys will start it for the Tigers. Year-old third baseman. Yes, he's still in his 20s. Will lead it off in the fourth inning for the Tigers. No score. It's Cabrera, fielder Delman Young against Kuroda. The fastball rides high, ball one. We had a chance to talk to Joe Girardi, the Yankees manager in his fifth year, making the decisions in the dugout for New York. Play that for you after Cabrera does something, and that something is driven into center, way back, and gone up into the shrubs. Straight away center field, home run number 10 for one of the best in the game. He can make big parks look awfully small.
Well, you were saying, Joe, unless Cabrera does something, and did he ever do something? A high lollipop. Gene Mock used to call those cookies. This cookie lands in the jar about 440 feet away from home plate.
I mean, straightaway center here is 420.
Oh, might have been 460, that ball.
And I would assume Brick is under the ivy out there in center field.
I think so.
That Brick has a chip out of it somewhere because that thing hit hard. Here's Prince Fielder, who has hit 8. It's that 3-4 combination here. 1-0 Tigers lead here in the fourth.
If you think about that center field fence being 420, that ball is at least 40 feet over the fence, maybe 50. It said 436. I don't agree with that.
I'm not buying that either.
No.
Maybe where it hit, I guess, but how far would that thing have traveled?
420. Yeah.
So you're not buying 436?
No, I'm not.
Here's a pitch outside. The count 3-1 on Prince Fielder. They do have a computer program that they do that with, and you being iPad savvy now, I think you'd buy into something like that a little bit more.
Why do they call it an estimate?
Here's a line drive into left center field. That ball is going to get down and bang off the wall. It's a home run followed by a double by that great 3-4 combination as Prince Fielder sneaks into second with a double, nobody out here in the fourth.
Yeah, that computer program says that ball was definitely 436
then
feet.
you buy it.
Then I buy it.
Okay,
but when it
easy.
says about 436, this one a double for a guy who hits a lot of balls awfully hard.
We were here that first Saturday of the regular season when he hit a home run right about in that same spot off Beckett. He is so strong, and now one up the middle. Not hard hit. Jeter makes the play. Fielder goes back to the bag. 1 out.
That's not a good play by Prince Fielder. If the ball is at you or to your left, you go to third base. When you're fooled by that ball, it's not high enough to be caught by Jeter. So that ball, he gets to third base easily. Prince is not a slow runner. That's not good base running by Prince Fielder. So if the ball's at you or to your left, you go to third, no problem. Jeter would have no play.
So runner at second, 1 out now. And Bosch fouls it back. We came into the season talking about Brennan Bosch, who had that problem with a ligament in his thumb last year, and it was a big hole in this Tigers lineup in the postseason last season. And Jim Leyland and this group won the AL Central. First divisional title here for Leyland. And you thought, well, he's going to hit Tim in the number 2 spot in front of these big bats. Now he's been sliding farther and farther down the lineup as the comebacker is taken care of by Kuroda. Do you want to hear from Joe Girardi?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
How about it?
Want to do it, Pete Macheska, our producer? Let's wait. Let's be safe.
Okay.
We could get a 1 pitch out here, then what?
Better safe.
Then you're just hung out to dry.
That, by the way, the first division title in 24 years by the Tigers. 1987, the last time they won.
They got into the tournament back in 06 as a wild card winner. Batter now is Peralta. Let's see if the Tigers can take advantage of that double that followed the home run, 2 out. Peralta grounded out his first time up. He is at the end of a 2-year deal. Johnny Peralta, former Cleveland Indian, is late with that swing. 91-mile-an-hour pitch, and it's strike 2.
Jim Leland with a great line in spring training saying that Peralta and Delman Young are playing for groceries this year.
They've got a contract to be figured out at the end of the season, here or elsewhere. That guy can buy a lot of groceries. Here's the 0-2. That's outside. As Peralta has gone, so have the Tigers for the most part. He's at .350 in wins, .071 in losses. So when they get something out of the guys that aren't featured in this lineup, the Tigers do well. They get nothing out of Peralta here. He's 0 for 2. And despite giving up that mammoth home run to center, then the double, Peralta gets away from further damage. The handshake, it's complicated. It's 1-0 Tigers after 4. Presented by Budweiser. Nice night here in Detroit. It's cool, not cold. We had a 39-minute rain delay, and Rick Porcello, thanks to the home run by Miguel Cabrera, has a 1-0 lead. He's thrown 67 through 4 innings, and he will deal with the 8, 9, and 1 hitters, Chavez, Russell Martin, and Jeter. For the Yankees, down, the Yankees are by 1. Last night, New York won 9-4 behind Sabathia, got his first win with the Yankees here in Detroit. Chavez goes up to get it and fouls it back. He doubled his first time up, strike 1. We'll hear from Joe Girardi after the DH does something to start the inning, and that was a hittable pitch. Chavez would like to have it back. He unleashed and fouled it straight back, strike 2.
Yeah, Eric would like to have the first and second pitch back.
Porcello has struck out 2, allowed no runs on 4 hits. Was helped by his defense last inning, and Chavez is going to swing at whatever he threw up there. He's 2 for 2, and Joe Girardi was asked by us if he likes the way Kuroda is throwing so far.
Yeah, he's thrown the ball well. He threw the ball well last time in Oakland as well. And it all starts with his fastball slider command. And when he has that, he's pretty good. He got out of that first inning by getting Miguel Cabrera to pop up and fielder to line out with a runner on third and 1 out.
I bet you had a pretty good view of that catch that was just made and left by Don Kelly.
Yeah, unfortunately, he made it. Could have been 1-0, but that wall's not tall enough for him to, and he could jump over it, unfortunately.
Your bullpen good going into tonight's game as far as numbers down there?
Yeah, everyone is available. We had an off day on Thursday, which makes everyone available, the last couple of days.
All right. Thanks, Joe.
Thanks, guys.
Russell Martin squared around the bunt on the first pitch. A lot of times a guy like Girardi will take the bunt off and put the hit and run on.
Steady, grounds one left side, might be two. Peralta to second, no chance after that wide throw. And a force out at second, 1 on, 1 out. The Yankees are back to the top of the order.
When Peralta had to go to his right, or actually that's the first pitch, squaring to bunt, and Porcello threw up and in to Russell. Then the next pitch he hit to the right of Peralta. It was not hit hard. No way to get the speedy Russell Martin. Yes, speedy Russell Martin.
He's on at first with 1 out for Jeter. Couple things. We talked about the catch made by Don Kelly in left. As Jeter takes a strike. Kelly is 6'4". He used all of it. Secondly, when I was talking about the rings won by Joe Torre, I mentioned 96, 98, 99, 2000 I left out. Joe Girardi was not a part of that club, and then he comes back as manager and wins it all in 2009. So the guy at the plate's got 5 rings.
5 shy of Yogi. They kid each other all the time. Yogi said, "I have every finger on my 2 hands. 10 World Series rings." How about you, Derek?
Only 5.
Right.
Turned 38 on June 26th, and it's important if you want to look at the all-time hit list. Jeter just slaps at it, fouls it away, strike 2. We first look at the most hits this season, and 2 of those names may surprise you. The guy who's on the top of the heap, Melky Cabrera, the longtime Yankee. Derek Jeter, who had a down year last year, although he did hit .297, and Josh Hamilton has been a little nicked up this season, but power-wise, hits, you name it, he's also playing for groceries.
21 home runs on the year for Hamilton.
That's inside for ball 1 to Jeter. So Jeter is number 1 in the American League in hits with his 73. He's 0 for 2 tonight.
Melky Cabrera would be the starter in the All-Star game if it started next week.
We were talking to Alex Rodriguez before the game and asked Alex if he has been talking to Melky Cabrera. He said we were just talking about that.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
He has talked to Melky Cabrera a lot, and he's a big fan of the former Yankee and thought he had a lot of guts and showed a lot in his time in the Yankee pinstripes. That's a ground ball right side. It's fielded and played to second for the out by Danny Worth, and the inning continues. Jeter's 0 for 3. And let's take a look at another list as Jeter is on with 2 out. How about leading the league after reaching their 3,000th hit and leading the league in hit totals? And that's what Jeter has done so far. We've got a long way to go with his 73 hits. Pete Rose in a strike-shortened season in 81. And Molitor in the American League with 225 and 96. That's a pitch that misses to Granderson, ball 1. Granderson, a bunt hit his last time up, then he stole second. Good fastball for strike 1. On deck is Rodriguez, who has hit only 180 so far this season with runners in scoring position. The 1-1 popped up. Much easier play this time for Don Kelly. He will drift back, and the inning is over. A leadoff hit by Chavez. Yankees strand their 5th of the night. Halfway through it on what is turning into a beautiful night in Detroit, Michigan. We give you some scenic shots from the Motor City. 1-0. Tigers on top. Budweiser is sponsored by Chevrolet, proud to support youth baseball in cities and towns across the country. Don Kelly's already had a highlight tonight. That was taking a home run away from Teixeira in the 4th when he went high over the wall to pull one back. Takes a strike from Kuroda. Kelly, Santos, and Quentin Berry. If anybody gets on Danny Worth. That's fouled out of play left side, and strike 2.
We talked about the need for Rick Porcello to keep the ball down. Hiroki Kuroda is not a low ball pitcher, and Larry Rothschild talking about it yesterday, saying it's because of his stride. Sometimes it appears, Larry says, that he's pitching uphill, which makes his pitches go up. A lot of high pitches tonight like that one.
Fastball misses, ball 1. Signed a 1-year deal toward the end of January, and here he is. It's high again, and it's 2-2. An overall record of 4-6, an ERA of 3.96. His first tour through the American League as an AL pitcher. That's fly ball into left, a base hit. One hop in front of Ibanez, and for the Tigers, their 4th hit of the night. Guys can save 5 gallons of water for every day that they skip shaving. That's why Budweiser is asking baseball fans to join the Grow One Save a Million campaign to save water for World Environment Day. Just think about it. It's all we're asking. I'm not telling you what to do, but it's an option. And
worthy cause.
You can
yes.
just let it go, and that can be your reason. Pitch out, and the runner at first, Kelly, stays put.
Yeah, I was thinking that even though Santos had a hit his first time up, Jim Leland thinking no sense in stretching that. Just have the sacrifice. They've already sacrificed once. That was Danny Worth in the first inning.
Check on the runner, and Kelly gets back without a tag. Well, Alex Rodriguez is convinced they're going to bunt. He is way in at third. And creeping in with a pitch. Here is the bunt, and it's a foul ball. 1 ball, 1 strike on Santos. Back to the bag after that base hit. Now 1 for 2 on the night is Don Kelly. This is a Tigers team that as a group came in hitting .266, 49 home runs.
A lot of that production in their third and fourth hitters, however.
Just 7th in the AL in slugging percentage. This was a team that was going to pound the ball all year, and that hasn't been the case so far. 24-28 record, 5.5 out in the AL Central. Another check on the runner, and Kelly gets back. Detroit sports fans were, I'm sure, saddened to learn that Nicholas Lidstrom has had enough. And
after 20 years.
Yeah, he's hanging up the skates, and there is certainly nobody better in the modern game playing defense in the NHL. He was brilliant. Here is a bunt. Beauty. Kuroda flips for the out. 1 out. Down to second is Kelly. And it was Kuroda feeding Cano at first for the out. Bring in Quentin Berry, who has driven in 3. Think about a guy like Lidstrom, 20 years, as you said. He won 4 Stanley Cups, 7 Norris trophies, and he was never hurt. He was as dependable as any athlete in any sport in the modern era.
Very warm article in the Detroit paper today about some quotes by Chris Chelios, who played for about 10 years here in Detroit, about his buddy Lidstrom.
Ball 1 outside, runner at second, 1 out. Barry is driven in 3, as I mentioned. He is 0 for 1 tonight, 16 of 45 in the big leagues. To the right side and through it. Kelly is coming to the plate. He'll score without a play, and it's 2-0 Tigers here in the 5th. Quentin Berry just keeps on hitting.
Entered the game batting .364 with 3 RBIs. This, of course, is 4th. Gave the Tigers a chance by walking and stealing second on the first pitch in the first inning. So look for him to run somewhere in the sequence again against Kuroda.
He has given this team a spark. There's no doubt. Ken Rosenthal is with us, and Kenny, it looks like the Tigers have found themselves a good one in Quentin Berry, somebody that's really infused some life around here.
You guys talked about it earlier. 5th organization in 2 years, waived by the Phillies, released by the Mets. The Reds told him after last season, listen, we don't have any at-bats for you anywhere in the minor leagues. And yet the Tigers, they targeted him early, signed him really quickly because they saw him as a potential alternative to Austin Jackson. He signed because the Tigers told him they could do 2 things for him. Invite him to Major League Spring Training and give him a chance to play at AAA. Quentin Berry had played only 4 games at AAA in his entire career. He jumped.
Jim Leyland said he's having the time of his life, and he is.
And with the scouting that they have here with Detroit and the general manager we talked about in that first Saturday of the season, Dave Dombrowski, who's built up 2 franchises, they don't miss much around here, and they got a good one. Meanwhile, the guy that he's replacing, Austin Jackson, has made a lot of adjustments at the plate. He was hurt on May 16th with that abdominal strain. He could have come off the DL today. He's still on it. But he's hitting .331 with 5 homers, 17 RBIs, and he can cover a lot of ground in a big center field. And whether it was Tiger Stadium with a big center field or here at Comerica, you have to be able to cover some turf. And Berry has done that very well in Jackson's place as well. It was Dave Dombrowski. And a good Quinella with he and Jim Leyland.
Looks like Berry's going to run here. Nope.
And a strike. Hits the inside corner. A ball and a strike. deck is Cabrera, who provided the first run with a home run to straightaway center field that was exactly 436 feet into the ivy.
Stop it.
Over the 420 mark.
About 436 feet.
Here comes a 1-1. Broken bat. Foul ball, strike 2, and Danny Worth goes back to the on-deck circle where they have a bat waiting. That is a change in the big leagues. I believe it was last year where they make you bring a replacement so you don't have the delay of going back to the bat rack and telling the bat boy which one to grab or going in there yourself. So the bat boy did his job. Had one waiting, and Berry goes back to the bag as Kuroda stepped off. Counts 1-2. Runner at first, one out, and they had him leaning and got him. Berry is picked off as Kuroda gets him. Leaning to his right, and Hiroki Kuroda gave him his best move and gets out number 2.
You could see even taking that small step with the right foot. And once you do that, you're out. Just had him at first base. Right foot, leaning towards second. Good quick pickoff by Kuroda. Quick feet.
You think Jim Leland doesn't like Quentin Berry? He just gave him a high five on the way back to the dugout after getting picked off for the RBI base hit through the right side to double the lead. 2 out in the inning, and now a 2-2 count on Danny Worth. Here it is from Kuroda, and a strikeout is his 3rd of the night. But Quentin Berry gets the RBI, his 4th in the big league. Shot one through the right side to score Don Kelly. And with that, it's 2-0 Detroit after 5. Is sponsored by DirecTV. If you call yourself a sports fan, you got to get DirecTV. And by Jeep. Give you our Jeep game summary. And it looks like this. 2-0 Detroit on top. 39-minute rain delay in the bottom of the first. Cabrera with a blast. That came in the 4th inning, his 10th of the season. Quentin Berry has been a nice find for this organization. The 27-year-old with a base hit through the right side. 6 years in the minor leagues, very little work as high as AAA, and now the guy is, well, he hit in the first 6 games in the big leagues. That was a Detroit record from at least 1918 on. He had 3 hits on Thursday to help the Tigers avoid a 4-game sweep at Boston. Had 3 hits last night. He's got a base hit, a walk, a steal, and an RBI tonight. A-Rod first up. Alex is out in front of that pitch. Good delivery from the Jersey kid, Rick Porcello. It's a product of Seton Hall Prep. And Porcello has done well. He struck out 2, allowed no runs on 5 hits.
He's pitched A-Rod totally different this at bat than he did the prior 2. 2 sliders away, back in.
It's the last thing that Santos or anybody on the Tiger side wants to see is him get hit with a foul tip.
I was thinking the same thing. You talk about jinxed. I don't like that word, but if there is ever a position that has filled that bill most aptly, it's been the catching position of the Tigers. They just cannot avoid damage behind the plate. This one hitting Santos on the thumb and the left thigh.
There's Alex Avila, the normal catcher. He is unavailable. Here is A-Rod off balance, pop up into center. He got the ball in the air, and Kenny Rosenthal, that's something he has struggled to do with regularity so far this season.
That had a big problem from Joe, and that is the reason he is not hitting more home runs. Talked to Kevin Long before the game about it. He said they made 2 adjustments recently. Had A-Rod get his body going forward more toward the pitcher, and also reduce the leg kick up and down, not so much backwards, which disrupts his timing. The Yankees measure the velocity of the ball off the bat, and they say A-Rod is hitting the ball hard. They think if he elevates, he'll hit the home run.
Here's a pitch down and away to Cano.
Elevates here on a hanging breaking ball. That's one of the problems when you have problems with that inside pitch when you're young. When you're young, you can make up for it with a quick bat occasionally. But when you get older and your hands slow down, it's much more difficult to handle that ball inside. And A-Rod's showing some of that this year.
Here's a foul backing out of play off the bat of Cano, and the count 2-1.
A-Rod turns 37 on July 27th.
On deck is Teixeira. Cano 1 for 2. He singled in the first. Grounded out to the right side his next time up. He's ahead on the count here, 2-1. 2-2. That's a foul tip, and we'll keep the count 2-2. And we talked to Jim Leland about Rick Porcello before today's game and said, how's he been? He said, inconsistent. Coming off a gritty performance, a no decision last Sunday in an eventual win over the Twins in Minnesota. That was his last time out. That happened on Sunday, so he's working on an extra day of rest, as is Hiroki Kuroda. He got out of that first inning, and he has been in control for the most part tonight. One out, nobody on. 3-2 pitch is fouled back. A lot of topics we could talk about going on around baseball as we're now into the month of June. Guys talked about it on our pregame from the MLB studios with the Johan Santana no-hitter last night over St. Louis. First in Mets franchise history. That's a 1-out walk. Johan Santana, in the 51st year of the New York Mets, gets the club's first no-hitter. And there you have it, 8,019 games. Last night there was a disputed ball hit by Beltran down the line. Beltran took the high road on it. Looked to be a fair ball, called foul. Here's one up the middle, a base hit. And after the walk, a single by Teixeira. Going to third is Cano. Good aggressive base running all the way around. And it's second and third, 1 out as Cano pushed it and Teixeira was right behind him.
Quentin Berry went for the head fake at second base. Watch Cano just glide into second, acting like he's not going to third. Berry looked, and now too late. Overthrows the cutoff man, and Rodriguez throw to second base, not in time. Didn't look like Cano was going to try it. He did. Now the overthrow allows Teixeira, the trail runner, to make it.
And in a 2-0 game, that's important base running by a team that doesn't have a lot of team speed, especially with the injury to Gardner. And all of a sudden, Rick Porcello, who's been in charge, is a base hit away from a tie game if it's put in the right spot. Second and third, one out. And Ibanez will be the hitter. No Cope, the left-hander and former Yankee, gets loose. We were talking about that no-hitter. You were there for so many years with the Mets, and it's been said, but I mean, you saw the debut of Doc Gooden and those great pitchers in the mid-'80s. David Cone,
Sid Fernandez.
There's the ball that was hit by Beltran that took a chunk out of the white line. And then the catch by Mike Baxter in left. The final strikeout on that patented Santana changeup, and he had a no-hitter. Here's a run scoring on a ground ball to short off the bat of Ibanez, and it's a 2-1 game. Holding at second is Teixeira, and the base running by Cano leads directly to the first run of the night for New York.
No doubt about it. Excellent base running. Importance of going first to third with one out. No outs, 2 outs, you don't try it because you don't want to make the first or third out at third base. You've heard that a lot of times, and it has to be drilled into Major League base runners.
Ibanez gets an RBI on his 40th birthday. Now the tying run at second, 2 out for Nick Swisher. He takes over, but low ball 1.
I can't think of anybody who deserves a no-hitter in the game any more than Johan Santana. Working as hard as he's worked to get back after Tommy John surgery last year. I think it's a classic case where gallantry and talent meet elegance and class.
And if you saw the post-game press conference, Terry Collins, his manager, was genuinely emotional, choked up, couldn't talk because of what you just described, and a guy who has fought his way back. His velocity isn't what it used to be, but his stuff is certainly very good, and that changeup is such an equalizer. And that was the pitch he got Freese to offer at to end the night. Runner at second, 2 out, and a 1-2 count. Swisher lays off ball 2.
I think the Mets going into June, and we have the Mets next week against the Yankees at Yankee Stadium in New York. And nobody thought that these two teams would be about equal when they met the first time, or actually the second time, because their first game's June 8th, next Friday. But we have them next Saturday, and Mets surprising a lot of people.
Swisher strikes out on a pitch down and in, and Nick Swisher tonight 0 for 3, but the Yankees are on the board. A 1-out walk, good base running by Cano. RBI Ibanez, 2-1 after 5.5.
When Joe Mauer is starting to get hot. 3 for 4 in this game, and that right there is third homer of the year. It is 7-4 Twins at the moment in the bottom of the 7th. Off to Houston. The Astros were down 8-2 at one point. Came back to take the lead. Then Ryan Ludwig hits the 5th home run in this game between the two clubs, his 6th of the year. It's 9-9, the 5th. Let's send it back to Joe Buck and Tim McCarver in Detroit.
Well, thank you, Greg. And Ludwig has really been a nice addition. And while Jocketty knew him from his days in St. Louis. Kind of an afterthought coming into the season, but he's been a big bat in that lineup for Dusty Baker. The Reds lead the NL Central by 3 games at the moment. Cardinals lost today again to the Mets. The Mets are 7 games over 500. Cabrera has a home run tonight. Now has a 1-1 count. Rick Porcello, by that reaction, makes you think after 99 pitches his night is finished. Phil Koch has been up before, and he is doing it again. 1 ball, 1 strike as a beach ball gets loose out in right field. Koch was part of that 3-team trade that sent Granderson to the Yankees, a number of players to the Diamondbacks, and then Austin Jackson and predominantly Phil Koch here to the Detroit Tigers. That's a swinging strike. It's 1-2. Ian Kennedy was a part of that trade coming from the Yankees, and he has really blossomed into one of the game's best starters for Arizona. That is just a rocket into center field. 2 hops up against the wall, and Cabrera's got a homer, a double. And he's at second with nobody out to start the 6th inning as the Tigers try to get that run right back.
I noticed early that the Yankees play Granderson a little toward right center field for Cabrera. And he does hit a lot of balls to center field, but this ball is hit so hard that it's normally a ball that a center fielder would at least maybe have a chance, but that is typical Cabrera. Right on the button with carry.
Now Fielder, who has a double, 1 for 2 tonight. Kuroda finds the strike zone, and the bullpen still quiet for the Yankees. But they're talking about it, and Larry Rothschild is going to go right to the phone. And that was nearly a balk. Kuroda almost broke those hands after coming set before he stepped off. 0-1 the count. Fielder at the plate trying to help the Tigers tonight. Losers are 7 of their last 11. They've lost 4 of 5 most recently, while the Yankees have won 7 of 9. That's blocked by Martin. Throw down to third, and Cabrera's out.
Don't make the first or third out at third base.
He hesitated. Martin found it, and he takes care of Cabrera trying to get to third, and that's out number 1.
Cabrera hesitated, but Martin didn't. When he found it, a tracer to third gets Cabrera.
That's a big out here in the 6th inning in a 1-run game. Over 44,000 witnessed that with a run producer and Prince Fielder at the plate. And the count is 1-1. We're saying this is the 9th largest crowd in the history of this park. The Tigers started playing in 2000, so the 13th season, and Martin got Cabrera at third in a clear-cut call by the third base umpire and the crew chief, Jerry Lane. Here's a 1-2 to Fielder. 2-2.
We'll keep an eye on him when he goes back out for defense, but it looked to me that Cabrera was limping when he went in the dugout. That sudden start, you just hate to see a guy like that even grimace in pain. He's so important to the Tiger offense.
Two and 2 the count. Base is empty now, 1 out. Here's a 1-2. A swing and a miss on the splitter, and strikeout number 4 for out number 2 here in the 6th inning. Diamonds and Dreams. Here's Ken Rosenthal.
As part of Chevrolet's Diamonds and Dreams Youth Field Makeover program, Chevrolet employees recently started a field makeover right in their own backyard at Jane Field in the city of Detroit. The Jane Field project is just one of the many field makeovers Chevy has completed since 2010. Enter your community for a youth field makeover at ChevyBaseball.com.
Thank you, Ken. A swinging strike for the first pitch to Delman Young, who's 0 for 2 on the night. Base is empty, 2 out. The Yankees in the 7th will have Chavez, Martin, and Jeter. 8, 9, and 1. That's A-Rod. That's a fair ball. Long throw. He's not in time. And an infield hit for Delman Young. Rodriguez did all he could, and Young hustling gets an infield hit.
Good play and a long throw by A-Rod, and that was by design, keeping the ball down. One hopper to Teixeira, the stretch, not in time. Good call by Hunter Wintelstedt. But you see how important that was, the play at third base to cut down Cabrera.
Bosch now 0 for 2, runner at first, 2 out. Brennan has hit 5 home runs. Given in just 19. His average 231, takes a ball. And the frustration by Cabrera. Thankfully for the Tigers, he went at that water cooler with his forearm and not his hand. 1-0 the count. Runner at first, 2 out. Bosch trying to pop one here in the 6th. And he lines one into right at Swisher, and the inning is over. Tigers lose a man on the bases, strand their 4th of the night. 2-1 game. Tigers on top after 6. Back after this from your local Fox station. Is presented by Budweiser on a cool, beautiful night in Detroit. Good game, 2-1. Into the 7th inning we go. Get through a 39-minute rain delay in the 1st inning, and now we're in the last third of the game. The Tigers are into their bullpen as Phil Cope checks in the former Yankee. He will deal with Chavez, Martin, and Jeter. Chavez is going to be lifted for a pinch hitter, Andrew Jones. And Joaquin Benoit, the right-hander, gets loose. Chavez leaves the game 2 for 2. Here's Andrew Jones, who's been good against lefties. 5 homers, 11 RBIs on the season. His average at 225, and he starts the 7th. That's in for a strike on a breaking ball. And during the break, while Koch was taking his warm-up tosses and they were dragging the infield, Miguel Cabrera, still frustrated with the base running gaff and making the first out at third base in what is a 1-run game, and that pitch was up and Andrew Jones jumped all over it. He's on to start the 7th inning with a base hit, and the DH spot is 3 for 3.
I think as much as any hitter in the American League, Andrew Jones at this stage in his career is up there to try to pull the ball, and he does.
Batter now is the number 9 man, Russell Martin, and we'll see how the Yankees want to play it. 1-run game, Yankees on the road. Cabrera is even with the bag at third in case the Yankees want to bunt. On the road, they'll let Martin swing, and he takes a strike over the inside corner. On deck is Jeter, who's 0 for 3, then Granderson, who came to the Yankees with a reputation of not being able to handle left-handed pitching, and that has not been the case since the tail end of last year on. There's a floating base hit into left field, and the first 2 are on for the Yankees in the 7th. Russell Martin, who started the night hitting 187 down to 184, gives up a base hit, gets one into left, and it's 2 on, nobody out. Back to the top of the order. And we'll see how long the Tigers want to go with Koch, or if they want to check in with Benoit out of their bullpen.
I think what's interesting is sometimes Derek Jeter will take it upon himself to bunt in a situation like this. He's an excellent bunter. And Jim Leyland coming out, I think Benoit is going to be the pitcher, and we'll see how Derek Jeter plays it. A lot going on here in the 7th.
So Koch didn't get anybody. Andrew Jones with a base hit into left, followed by a floating base hit by Russell Martin. Here comes Benoit, the right-hander, with Derek Jeter coming up. It's 2-1. Tigers on top as we take a break in the 7th. baseball night in America on Fox. It's the Tigers and the Yankees. Frustration for Miguel Cabrera, although he does have a double and a mammoth home run. The Yankees down by a run have put their first two on here in the seventh, and will deal with Joaquin Benoit, the right-hander, who gets a lot of work out of this bullpen for Jim Leyland.
I think Prince Fielder at first base is looking for a bunt of some kind. The thing is, when you come in on the right side of the infield against Jeter, that's where he hits most of his balls. So I think that weakens the defense unless Fielder is back about 3 steps.
Good numbers for Benoit against Jeter in previous matchups. 2 on, nobody out. 2-1 Tigers here in the 7th. That's inside, and Santos thought about throwing behind the runner Andrew Jones, but did not get rid of it.
Jeter did attempt to bunt, pulls it back in time as that pitch was inside. Jeter's a master in situations like this of doing what the defense doesn't think he's going to do.
Tigers still looking for it. Pinched in on the corners. First and second, nobody out. That is ball 2. Jeter evidently got the bat back on a 94-mile-an-hour fastball, low, 2-0.
I think you swing away right here. I think you play into the defense if you're going to bunt. Jeter's natural stroke again is to right field, and he's got both the second baseman and the first baseman in a state of flux.
Here is a spin and a look back at second instead of a pitch to the guy who's number 14 all time on Major League Baseball's hit list. 24 hits away from passing number 13, Cal Ripken Jr. 3,161 hits. 0 for 3 tonight. Here comes a 2-0. And the bunt to Benoit. His only play to first, out there, and that wasn't routine. Runners advance to second and third, 1 away. Give you now our Just for Men Auto Stop foolproof stat. And we look at the Yankees numbers with the bases loaded. They led baseball in 2010, third in baseball last year. They were solo at 151, 28th in Major League Baseball last night before Curtis Granderson hit a grand slam. He's coming to the plate right now, and just as the Yankees can count on Curtis, you can count on Just for Men Auto Stop for foolproof results. Out to the mound is the pitching coach Jeff Jones. Second and third, 1 out. And an interesting situation here with first base open, right-hander on the mound. Granderson hot, Alex Rodriguez not on deck. They can be careful with Granderson if they wish.
A-Rod 1 for 9 this year with the bases loaded. I'd walk him. I'd take my chances with Rodriguez. Granderson's too dangerous.
He's 1 for 3 tonight. Granderson, that was a bunt hit. He's tied for second in the American League at the start of the day with his 17 home runs.
You can't pitch around a guy with first base open in this situation because you've got a runner at third. You try that splitter in the dirt, it scoots by the catcher, you got a tie game.
Strike 1 came right after him. When you say pitch around, you're talking about fishing around the zone, not in it, instead of an intentional walk.
Yeah, it's a big difference in when you pitch around a guy with a runner at second and runners at second and third. You have a guy in scoring position at third base, less than 2 outs. You don't want to throw anything in the dirt. You can afford to do that with a guy at second.
So tying run at third, go ahead run at second, 1 out. The 0-1 pitch from Benoit. Popped up. Foul ball. Back is Santos. He is just out of room. And the count 0-2. And a bad break for a Tigers team 4 games under 500 as that ball just kept drifting. And evidently, Joe Girardi has just been ejected.
I don't know what happened. Now he has.
Girardi slams his hat to the ground. Said something about you made a mistake to Bob Davidson, who has been suspended this year for a game for a run-in he had with Charlie Manuel earlier in the year. And so whatever happened on that foul ball that came very close to where Girardi was standing past the on-deck circle, we'll have to try and maybe get Ken Rosenthal on what happened. But somebody was ejected. It wasn't Girardi. That's Kevin Long, the hitting coach. Then Girardi came out and Girardi got ejected.
You know what Kevin Long may have been arguing about, that first pitch to Curtis Granderson. And now he's taking it clearly taking up. I think they ejected Long initially.
Yeah.
And then when Girardi went out to argue, they, meaning Bob Davidson, ejected Joe also.
And that was the ejection of Girardi following Kevin Long. Meanwhile, the count has gone to 0-2 on Granderson with second and third, one out in a one-run game.
Joe, I think what gave Kevin Long a voice, as Tony Pena will be the manager now for the Yankees, what gave Kevin Long a voice was the fact that Bob Davidson had to go over near the Yankee dugout on the pop fly that where Santos ran out of room.
So Long and then Girardi, both are gone. And the 0-2 pitch from Benoit with second and third, one out. A strikeout is big for Benoit, two gone. And this inning will fall into the lap of Alex Rodriguez, second and third, two out.
Three straight splitters from Benoit. They were nasty to get Granderson.
Now it's Rodriguez who could come up with one of his bigger hits of the young season if he could deliver right here and put the Yankees on top with two out. Came in hitting 180 with runners in scoring position. He's driven in 21 runs on the season. Homered last night. Strike one. 95 from Benoit, who came in with two on and nobody out. Jeter gave the Tigers an out with a bunt. Advanced the runners. Instead of pitching around the hot Granderson, Benoit came and got him, struck him out. And let's go back while we have a moment and look at the first pitch to Granderson called strike one that may have led to the ejection of Kevin Long.
I mean, Kevin Long looking from the dugout, and now he's talking to Bob Davidson, and sure enough, Davidson was close enough to the Yankee dugout where he could hear Long, and now Joe Girardi going out to protect his hitting coach.
Rodriguez with a count 0-1. Big chance for Alex Rodriguez. Inside. You could read the lips of Kevin Long to start that. I don't know what followed, but the first thing he said was, "What are you looking at?"
Yeah.
And that got the attention of Bob Davidson, and whatever followed got Kevin Long ejected. The count 1-1. Rodriguez trying to deliver for the Yankees, and time is called. And Benoit threw it like a scene out of Major League. It's no pitch. Look where this thing ends up. Time was granted by Davidson, and Benoit tried to pull it back, and that was the result.
Little levity's good for the soul.
Meanwhile, on the heels of the ejection of Kevin Long and Joe Girardi, the Tigers are coming off a 4-6 trip. Where 6 times on the trip, either Jim Leland or a coach was ejected by an umpire.
Yeah.
And with good reason. Leland and his coaches had good reason on that 4-6 trip to let the umpires hear it. It was Gene Lamont His longtime confidant and third base coach. 1-1 pitch. Two and one.
Once again, this puts a lot of pressure on a guy like Santos, because to be effective, Benoit's got to be down in the strike zone. The first pitch to Granderson was about 6 inches off the ground. You want to call his best stuff, the best stuff to A-Rod, but in the process, know that if it scoots by you, a run scores cheaply.
Benoit could do some job here for the Tigers in the 7th in a game they need, with Verlander going tomorrow against Phil Hughes. Tigers trying to gain a game in the AL Central tonight. 2-1 pitch. Down and away, 2-2.
The reason that Benoit was upset is his catcher was setting up inside and he missed by about 1.5 feet. They did get the swing and the miss, and he was off target with that fastball.
Benoit one good pitch away from getting out of this jam. Alex Rodriguez is one good swing away from delivering for the Yankees. Foul back here, and it's still 2-2. Tigers missed a chance in the bottom of the 6th when they lost Cabrera on the bases. The Yankees put the first 2 on here in the 7th. So far haven't done anything with the chance. It's been a problem for the Yankees this season. 0 for 6 tonight with runners in scoring position. Rodriguez checked his swing, and it's a full count.
That was a terrific splitter to Rodriguez, and he did not go around. Great bat control by A-Rod.
Time called. So the guy who is 5th on the all-time home run list, with first base open, it's not even a consideration right now to pitch around Rodriguez with Robinson Cano on deck. 637 career home runs. Jim Leyland coming right after Granderson, got the strikeout. Coming right after Rodriguez with a full count now. First base open, 2 out. Reaching for it, he popped him off. Rodriguez flips the bat down and out to grab it. Second baseman Danny Wirth, and Benoit does a great job for the Tigers in the top of the 7th. Here's the pitch that got Kevin Long ejected. Then Joe Girardi ejected. Granderson and the Yankees dejected as we go to the 7th inning stretch. Benoit, great work. Baseball night in America. 2-1 Tigers. Fertilizer is sponsored by Taco Bell. Sometimes you've got to live Moss. And by the 2012 Ford F-150, built Ford tough. Good game here in Detroit as we go to the bottom of the 7th inning, and Hiroki Kuroda try to go at least one more. Clay Rapata, who worked last night, the left-hander. David Phelps, the rookie right-hander, getting loose. In case Kuroda needs help, Peralta first up, and he rips one to Rodriguez, one out. It will bring in Don Kelly. With one out, nobody on, and Santos on deck. Kuroda turning in another strong performance. The Yankees in the 8th inning with Pena and Rothschild left coaching wise, along with the two base coaches. Mike Harkey out in the bullpen. Both the hitting coach Kevin Long and the manager Joe Girardi have been ejected here tonight. That happened in the top of the inning. First pitch, a ball. Now a strike to Don Kelly. It's 1-1. Tap foul by Kelly, strike 2. Octavio Dotel, the right-hander who is so useful in whatever bullpen he's been a part of.
13th major league team and his 13th good job. So consistent throughout his career. It started with the Mets.
Been a closer, been a good setup man. He can do just about anything out of a bullpen. And he's still got good velocity. 1-2 pitch is in the dirt. Count 2-2. Now the left-hander Bilo joins Dotel. So you got 4 guys warming up. A lefty and a righty in each bullpen. Good intense game here on the 2nd of June. 2-1 Tigers. Bottom of the 7th. With one out, 2-2 pitch has popped up. Left side, playable for Rodriguez. 2 up. Don Kelly fouls out. He was the better one tonight with a catch he made in left, taking a home run away from Teixeira back in the 4th. It's brought to you by Mazda. Better, stronger, smarter. Difference in the ball game. He is 1 for 3 swinging the bat tonight after fouling out. Kuroda is 1 out away from going 7 strong here tonight. Here's Santos, 1 for 1 with a sacrifice, now 1 for 2 as Rodriguez throws it across, and Teixeira saved an error and may have had his right foot stepped on.
Yeah.
So Teixeira due up second for the Yankees in the 8th. As long as everything checks out with those feet. 2-1, Tigers on top. next Saturday on Fox. You see the Mets. You see the Indians second place in the AL Central. The Marlins had an unbelievable May, 21-8. The Dodgers first place in the NL West. That's easier. They missed Matt Kemp. And that all starts next Saturday at 7 Eastern, 4 Pacific, only on Fox. Check local listings for the game and start time in your area. We will be at Yankee Stadium for David Wright and the Mets, Derek Jeter and the Yankees. Wright hitting .369. Mets are 7 games over 500. Derek Jeter, you know what he's doing, leading the American League in hits. And the Yankees come into tonight's game 1 out in the AL East as Octavio Dotel takes over for the Tigers here in the 8th inning. He will deal with Cano, Teixeira, Ibanez. Not an easy inning, and Dotel will try to protect a 1-run lead. If he needs help, Jose Valverde is getting ready. Had a bad back, missed 9 games, worked on some mechanics as well. And so he's getting loose. 7 for 7 Valverde is in save chances against the Yankees in his career.
We had a look at some of the unexpected stars. We talked about Melky Cabrera with the Giants, who'd be the starter on the All-Star team if it were next week. Another guy who is so impressive, and the first thing you think of when you see him is, my gosh, what a gifted body Giancarlo Stanton has. He is so strong. There's no tail to the ball that's hit the other way. It carries through the opposite field, and there are very few people in the history of the game, in my experience, that I've seen that are able to carry that ball through to the fence in right center field like Stanton does.
12 home runs in May. We showed you that 21-8 record for the Marlins, and the NL East is bunched up like the AL East. Marlins won again today. Miami 30-23. Same record as the Mets. Washington 29-21 to start the day. That pitch is over but low, and the count's 2-0 on Cano, who was 1 for 2 with a walk, a run scored, a base hit, and a ground out. Washington also won behind Strasburg, so the top part of that division keeps on winning. Here is a 2-0. Right side. 2-1. Steven Strasburg, 9 strikeouts in 7 innings in the Nationals win. Allowed just 4 hits.
I saw a game the Marlins played this past week where Tommy Hutton, our good buddy, and one of the announcers for the Marlins said that Stanton's size and the way he hits the ball, it's going to be for him in his future. It's going to be people who are watching him on television who want to go outside to run errands or whatever. Tommy said they're going to say, just a second, wait till this guy hits. He's only 22 years old. Amazing raw strength. He's the type of guy, you know, you read in the paper and you're listening to the game and you pull the paper down when he hits.
Right. Yeah.
He's one of those guys.
Here is a 2-2 to Cano, and that's up and away. There are 3 guys right now, 3 young players that baseball is blessed to have, and they come along at a good time. Mike Trout, Bryce Harper, who just looks like an incredible athlete, and Giancarlo Stanton. We'll hear from Kenny Rosenthal after Cano does something to start the 8th. Ground ball to the shortstop, right at Peralta. 1 out in the 8th inning. And as we welcome you inside our broadcast booth, we are going to go to Ken Rosenthal in just a second. But as we play here on June 2nd, I'm Joe, that's Tim. This does not have the feel of a game in early June.
No, not quite a postseason game, but there's a different type of tension to this game that you don't find, that we haven't found up to now.
Yeah.
I mean, you could feel it with the crowd.
You could feel it in that 7th inning. We saw 2 coaches from the Yankees, a coach and a manager, ejected. So a great opportunity for New York go by the boards after putting their first 2 on last inning. And now Cano is the first out here in the 8th. The batter is Teixeira, who was robbed of a home run back in the 4th. He's 1 for 3. We'll give you another look at a game summary. Girardi and Long ejected in the 7th. Porcello good. He's in line for the win if the bullpen hangs on. And the Yankees are 0 for 7 with runners in scoring position. Detroit not much better, 1 for 8. Check swing. He didn't go. Ball 2. And here's the difference in the game right now. Literally taking a home run away from the guy at the plate. Don Kelly in left robbed Teixeira in the 4th. The 2-1. Good pitch by Dotel, keeping it inside, and the count 2-2. Corey Wade, who's been so good out of the pen for the Yankees this season, getting loose. Kuroda's worked the first 7. That's way outside. A full count.
That's a problem in a 1-run ball game in the latter innings when you have to pitch a guy like Teixeira inside. If you miss inside, it's a home run. You miss away, it's a single.
Popped up left side, and that ball will sail out of play. Here tomorrow, the Tigers are going to honor Maglio Ordonez. He will officially retire tomorrow as a Tiger. 294 career home runs, 16-year career, and as a young player with the White Sox, before the injuries set in, he was a 5-tool guy. He could run. He is a former batting champ. 2007 hit .363. Sent the Tigers to the World Series with a home run and a sweep over the Athletics in 2006 in the bottom of the 9th off Houston Street. And it looked a lot like this.
Down and in.
That sent the Tigers to the World Series in a matchup with Jim Leland. That's Polanco. And the Tigers against Leland's good buddy La Russa and the Cardinals. So that'll be a nice day tomorrow before Verlander pitches against Phil Hughes. That's a 1-out walk. Tying run is on. Let's talk Fan Cave. 1 on, 1 out. Last week, Jeff Francoeur became the latest star to stop by the MLB Fan Cave. Francoeur was serenaded.
He's a baseball player by the name of Francoeur. They call him Frenchie.
That's cave dweller Ricky Mast.
Someone to hustle, then he is the guy that you will call. Is that right?
I like your choice of words. Serenaded.
I guess that was a serenade. 1 on, 1 out. The batter is Ibanez. Breaking ball is low. You can watch MLB Fan Cave player videos and stay up to date on the latest cave happenings by visiting MLBFancave.com. Follow at MLB Fan Cave on Twitter and like it on Facebook. Tying run at first, 1 out. Ibanez has hit 9 Yankee home runs. Yankees have not won a game this season 0-11 when they have not hit a home run. They lead baseball with 78 home runs as a group. Over half their runs this season have scored via the home run ball. Here's a 2-0. And Ibanez was trying for the first of the night for the Yankees. 2-1. That was a big swing.
Big, long swing, and Raul comes up empty. Conking Santos on the helmet with the backswing.
Here comes a 2-1. Ibanez fouls it back. 2-2. On deck is the switch hitting Nick Swisher. And that guy's lurking in case something happens here for the Yankees to present an easier scoring chance. Jose Valverde. That's the tying run at first, 1 out. Ground ball back to Dotel. He missed it, then lobs it for the out down to second to Shera. 2 out. That ball caught a lot of Dotel. It may have come up and hit him in the chin.
We've talked about this many times, that pitchers are so used to throwing pitches with movement that sometimes they have a phobia about throwing the ball to first base. And you could see Dotel, the ball hit him in the right shoulder. He's fine. But a little lollipop to first base, and Ibanez running hard all the way. He didn't beat it, but made it closer than it would normally be.
So here comes the pitching coach, Jeff Jones.
I think Dotel's fine, but if they want to make the move for Valverde here for a 4-out save, they can do that.
Swisher will be the hitter. Tying run at second, 2 out. Valverde is set to go. He is.
Of all the conversations that I remember on the mound, and there were many, many, the most common phrase and the most common question asked by a pitching coach or manager to the pitcher is, "You all right?" It's almost compulsory.
The answer was obviously yes, and maybe going over what they intend to do with Nick Swisher. Tying run at second, 2 out. Swisher tonight 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts. Ball 1. I think either way, you have the feeling this is the last batter for Dotel. Valverde is up, ready to go. Here comes a 1-0. 1-1. Phil Koch relieved Porcello after 6. Didn't get a man out. Allowed 2 hits, but Benoit cleaned that up by getting Jeter, Granderson, and Rodriguez. Now a 1-out walk to Teixeira. 2 out in the inning, and it's up to Swisher, who has struggled of late. Right around the 200 mark since May 8th. That's a foul ball as it caught his foot or ankle on its way back out of the batter's box. 1-2. Maybe the left knee.
Yeah, hit him on the left knee. That's tough to do, because most hitters hit the ball out in front, and to hit it that much deeper in the strike zone is very unusual, unless the hitter was fooled on the pitch.
One and 2 the count. The Yankees this season, when nobody's on or out, they're 4th best in the big leagues, hitting .290. But with runners in scoring position, 226, 24th best in the big leagues. They're 0 for 7 tonight. 2 outs, runners in scoring position, 210. That's even more of the specific situation here for Nick Swisher. 1-2. Foul ball. If tomorrow's the rubber game of the series, Phil Hughes coming off a rough outing at the Angels. 4-5 on the year against Justin Verlander, who's lost back-to-back starts. He hasn't lost 3 straight since 2008. And he takes on New York here tomorrow. Here's a 1-2. Swisher into right field, a base hit. That will bring Teixeira to the plate, and this game is tied. A 2-out RBI base hit by Nick Swisher has tied this game at 2.
Nick Swisher waiting for something up in the strike zone, and he got it. A real hanger from Dotel. And hammers the hanger to right center field.
And now going back to what I said before, now that it's a tie game,
Right. You can't afford to use Valverde.
Forget Valverde. As Swisher has tied this game on that contact right there. Andrew Jones takes upstairs for ball one. If the save situation were still there, I believe Valverde would be in. It isn't. It's a tie game, and the Tigers have a very short bullpen here tonight. Check swing foul. It's 1-1. Luis Marte is not available tonight. Went 3 2/3 last night. Villarreal is so-so, maybe usable. Jim Leyland said he'd like to stay away from him, a hard-throwing right-hander. So then you just have Bilo and Valverde. That's it. He pitched for a strike 2 on Andrew Jones, who's 1 for 1.
In fact, if the game's still tied in the top of the 9th inning, then I think Bilo will be the pitcher, and if it goes tied into the 10th, Bilo will be the pitcher for Jim Leyland.
The lead has been given up by Dotel. The walk got him. Swisher takes off. Throw down is no good. Swisher pops up, goes to third on the throwing error by Santos. And now the go-ahead run is 90 feet away with a 2-2 count on Andrew Jones.
Santos had to hurry the throw. The mask twists around his head, and the throw into the runner. Swisher going to third on the underthrow into center field.
First stolen base of the season for Swisher. Andrew Jones strikes out, and the inning is over. Nick Swisher has tied it. Who's coming up for the Tigers in the bottom of this 8th? Him. Miguel Cabrera due up third. What a game in Detroit. 2-2 after 7.5. Gray is over. And by Pepsi Max, 0 calories, maximum Pepsi taste. It'll be the top of the lineup against Corey Wade, who's been so good. He did get the loss on this trip. That's the one loss on a walk-off home run hit by Trumbo in Anaheim. But he's been good out of the pen for Joe Girardi. Tony Pena right now the acting manager for the ejected Joe Girardi. And Wade is first out of the pen with Boone Logan, the left-hander, getting loose in a tie game, bottom of the 8th.
If that bottom of the scroll didn't get your attention, how about 3 walks and 25 strikeouts? That's an extraordinary ratio for any reliever.
Barry hitting a walk tonight. Quinton waits on the pitch and fouls it. Strike one. Corey Wade is not a guy that's going to blow you away on the radar gun, but he mixes his pitches. The velocity keeps hitters off balance. Danny Worth on deck. And then Cabrera. The 0-1. A ball and a strike from Wade, who worked in last night's game. He's been busy. For Kuroda, 7 innings, 2 runs, 7 hits, 1 walk, 4 strikeouts, a wild pitch, and a home run allowed. Right side for Cano. Tough hop. Good play. 1 out. And with the bases empty, Danny Worth, who has not homered, is 0 for 2 with a sacrifice. And is hitting just .206, walks in. And Cabrera up the dugout steps into the on-deck circle. Strike one from Corey Wade. Worth is lined out, has struck out, and now popped out. 2 down. And the batter will be Miguel Cabrera. Let's look at his night. Fouled out his first time up. And then ripped a home run into center. Burger King smooth plays of the game. Then he hit a double. Was at second with nobody out. The ball trickles away from Russell Martin. He tries to take third. He's thrown out. For the first out, his frustration back in the 6th.
I think if I'm Corey Wade in this situation, I try to make Miguel Cabrera hit a ball if he's going to hit anything. Expand the plate on him. Make every pitch like it's an 0-2 or a 1-2 pitch.
1 ball, 1 strike. Wade trying to work an uneventful 8th. Runs it inside on Cabrera. In the 9th inning, it will be Russell Martin for the Yankees. Then back to the top, Jeter and Granderson. Neither starter will get a decision here tonight. Fly ball into center. Will it carry? Back at the wall. Cabrera. What a night. Miguel Cabrera puts Detroit back on top. 3-2 in the 8th. You can forget the base running mistake, as he just pounded another home run to straightaway center field.
After missing with that 0-1 and 1-1 pitch, fastballs inside. Too good a pitch. Anything in the strike zone to this guy it's not that easy, but he surely makes it look easy.
Now Fielder trying to back up this home run with his own, and this ball,
too good a pitch. Too good a pitch.
Caught too much of the plate.
Yeah.
And then it caught too much of Cabrera's bat for Corey Wade. And up into the camera well, or camera stand out in straightaway center as Fielder takes a strike. It's 0-2.
What a terrifying hitter he is.
And for the 22nd time in the big leagues, the 29-year-old has a multiple home run game. The 0-2. Ball 1.
Coming into this game, Miguel Cabrera had 13 go-ahead RBIs, tied with Josh Hamilton. Well, he's ahead of Josh by 1 now.
It'll be up to Valverde now to try and get a win the Tigers need. Right side. And that will send us into the ninth as Teixeira takes it to first. Miguel Cabrera, the star tonight. He can swing it. He has a double and 2 home runs. 3-2 Tigers after 8. The closer for the Tigers. There are his numbers for the season. 9 of 11 last year. He was perfect for the season and the postseason. He is perfect in his career against the Yankees, regular season and postseason. 7 for 7, but an ERA over 5 against New York.
Yeah, we talked to Jeff Jones yesterday, and this is what Jeff told us. He needs more deception with that splitter. They've been working on that. And he's changed his delivery. He's even more deliberate now before he throws the ball than he was before. And that's being deliberate.
First up is Russell Martin. And that runs right up against his jersey or shoulder, which has the jersey on it. Either way, he's grazed by the pitch. Valverde asked. The catcher didn't, and it went right off the shoulder into the glove of Omir Santos, and we'll have a pinch runner. Dwayne Wise will come off the bench and run for Russell Martin. That's the tying run. So he's hit by the pitch.
Of all things, I'm sure Jeff Jones did not foresee that. First pitch hitting Russell Martin, and now Jeter's up there, and he may have bunted first and second, nobody out his last time up, but he's not bunting here.
And this is the perfect combination to run against.
Absolutely.
For Dwayne Wise.
You hit and run.
Is so slow to the plate.
Yeah, I mean, and American League teams take advantage of that. I mean, you can hit and run with Jeter. You can send the runner. A lot of things open for Tony Pena right here.
It's Jeter now, Granderson next, then Alex Rodriguez. First pitch is up and in, ball 193 from Valverde. See if the Yankees want to do any running as Rob Thompson, the third base coach, goes through the signs over in his coaching box.
Now it becomes chancy to run because Valverde hasn't thrown a strike yet. He hits Martin with a high fastball. First pitch to Jeter was a high fastball.
Tying run at first, nobody out, ninth inning. There he goes. Pitch is in the same spot, throw down too late. And the stolen base puts the tying run at second with nobody out and a 2-0 count on Jeter.
That's why Wise was in there. Jeter taking the high fastball. And the throw late.
Second steal for Wise coming off the bench on a chilly night, but he had enough to get down to second on the combination of Valverde and Santos. And now the pitching coach, Jeff Jones, is out to talk again. He's been busy going out to the mound tonight as the count's gone to 2-0 on Jeter.
Tell you, that sequence to Miguel Cabrera in the 8th inning is very important because he missed the first pitch, fouling it back. And then Corey Wade came inside with a fastball, and you got the feeling he was going to throw all balls, and I'm sure Corey's thinking, well, I should have.
It's the only time in the now 13-year history of this ballpark that the same guy has hit 2 home runs in a game to center field. Wow. In this park. In the same game. And I mean, you talk about neither one was cheap. Either one was
terrifying.
Yeah, it was terrifying. Neither one was close to being playable. Tying run at second, nobody out, and a 2-0 count on Jeter. He shows bunt. Valverde can't throw a strike. He hasn't been close yet.
I think what you do here, 3-0, 3-1 maybe, is take a pitch. You got to make sure he throws a strike. He's thrown 4 consecutive balls out of the strike zone to open the 9th inning.
Tony Pena, the acting manager, with the ejection of Joe Girardi. I'm sure Girardi is not far away.
Joe's second guessing everything we say on the air right now.
Counts 3-0. Three-2 Tigers in the 9th, showing bunt and a strike. Jeter didn't like the call. Showed bunt, but I think he was just taking. And he thought that ball was up.
Yeah, it's uncharacteristic for Derek Jeter to take a 3-1 pitch of any kind. That was a high fastball that Valverde got from home plate umpire Bob Davidson.
So the count's 3-1. Valverde in trouble with a hit batsman, a stolen base. Facing the top hitter in the American League with regard to hits, Derek Jeter. That's down and in. And it's been a hit batsman, a steal, and a walk. And now the go-ahead run is on for New York with nobody out for Granderson, who popped a grand slam last night and who is tied for second in the American League with those 17 home runs.
That's a smart play by Derek Jeter, a smart player. He squared the bunt, but he had no intention of trying to bunt that 3-1 pitch, taking all the way.
Granderson tonight, a bunt, single, a steal. He's 1 for 4. He takes up and away, ball 1. Last year, Valverde during the regular season converted all 49 of his save opportunities, then was perfect in the postseason. And Dwayne Bilo, the left-hander, who's already been up once, is up again.
I think he's warming up for Robinson Cano, who's 2 hitters away.
So Valverde was out with a bad back, did not go on the DL. Worked on his mechanics, and he's been behind every hitter. Big out. That is a big out as Granderson flies one into center. Caught for out number 1 by Berry, and the runners hold at first and second.
Big out because the fly ball to center was not deep enough to move Wise to third base.
And this one's right back in the lap of Alex Rodriguez.
Yeah, it's a deja vu situation.
Last time he was up, second and third, 2 out. He popped up to the second baseman. With the Yankees down by a run, that happened in the 7th. And now here in the 9th, he's got the tying run at second, the go-ahead run at first. The guy who's hit 637 career home runs waits for the first one from Valverde. Those are the numbers with runners in scoring position. Runners are going. The pitch is a strike and the throw down too late. And a double steal off Valverde makes it second and third with 1 out here in the 9th.
What a gutty move by Dwayne Wise and Derek Jeter. The trail runner has to know that the guy on second is going. You can't fake break with a guy on first. And Derek Jeter, trailing that play, astutely goes to second, and that'll bring the infield in.
So now the tying run is at third. Go ahead run at second. Rafael Soriano, the closer for the Yankees, starts to throw. Out in the Yankee bullpen. But it's still up to Rodriguez. Inside, a ball and a strike. On deck, Cano, then the switch hitter Teixeira, and the bullpen is Bilo. And in a lot of trouble because of his wild streak that he's brought with him out of the bullpen is Valverde. Here's a 1-1. Stabbed at by Santos, ball 2.
It's frightening to catch a guy who can't find the plate, because you have no idea where the ball's going. One thing you try to do is give him a target down the middle of the plate and let the natural action of the pitch take over, because you're not throwing the spots and you're not catching balls that are thrown to spots when you're catching a guy like Valverde. You're like a goalie. You're just trying to keep everything in front of you.
Second and third, 1 out. Good game. 9th inning, 3-2 Tigers. A late swing and a miss and a 94-mile-an-hour fastball, strike 2.
Perfect spot to A-Rod. Inside corner. Late swing.
There's the tying run. There's the go-ahead run with 1 out in the 9th. Here comes a 2-2. That hits him on the elbow or arm, I believe, and Rodriguez will go down to first. I think it got him in that area, unless it got him down closer to the hand or wrist.
Steve Donahue, the trainer. Gene Monahan, you may remember, is retired now and probably watching this game. Looked like it got A-Rod on the left elbow.
Got him right on that pad.
Yeah. I think this is an invitation to Dwayne Bello. Otherwise, why would he be warming up?
The bases are loaded again. A situation with the Yankees, who led baseball 2 years ago. Number 3 in baseball last year. And now this year, we're struggling until last night when Granderson popped a grand slam. And it's been just a complete lack of control from Valverde that's presented this opportunity to Cano with the bases loaded, 1 out. 2 walks, rather 1 walk and 2 hit batsmen.
Well, that puts the infield in double play depth. Probably play halfway, a little cheating in case Cano tops one. What an ideal hitting situation this is for a great hitter. And another bases loaded situation for the Yankees. It's uncanny.
Cano came into tonight hitting .323 since May 6th. 7 homers, 19 RBIs. He's 1 for 3 tonight. With a single, 2 groundouts, a walk, and a run scored. Bases loaded, 1 out. And these aren't even close.
No. That pitch was so bad it would have hit a right-handed batter again. He's already hit 2 in this inning.
He's thrown 10 balls, 4 strikes. And he's got Jim Leland pacing in the dugout, wondering if he should just take him out of the game.
Tell you, I'd lean that way.
Even now.
Yes. About half the fans here have that same feeling that that young man does. Glove over his face.
Counts 1-0 with the bases loaded, 1 out. And a broken bat pop up on the infield. Infield fly rule in effect, 2 out. And it's going to be up to Teixeira as Peralta hauls it in, and that's 2 pop-ups off the bats of 2 good hitters, Granderson and Cano, to leave it up to Teixeira.
Out of nowhere came the perfect pitch to Robinson Cano. Fastball right in on the hands. And the Yankees' woeful hitting with the bases loaded continues. Jammed by a Valverde fastball. He knew the fastball was coming.
There are those numbers again with the bases loaded. It's been a problem. Oh for 1 in tonight's game with that out. And now it's up to Teixeira. Santos stood up to catch that ball a bit high, 1-0.
Can't accentuate it enough. We use that word terrifying with Miguel Cabrera. It's terrifying catching a pitcher who has no idea where the strike zone is.
Teixeira trying to bail the Yankees out of this situation where they have had opportunity but have yet to produce. Ball 2. You think about that first pitch to Cano, and then he went after the next pitch.
Yeah.
The count's 2-0. I know it's a great hitter's count, but you have to prove that Valverde can get around the plate.
Yep.
It's an interesting dilemma for a guy like Teixeira who wants to be aggressive.
A lot of dilemmas in this inning.
Here's a 2-0. That's not close, up and away, 3-0. It is straight up 11 o'clock in the Eastern time zone. We are in Detroit, Saturday night. Baseball night in America. It's been an intense game. A game that right now is led by Detroit 3-2, bases loaded, top of the 9th, 2 out. And a 3-0 count on Teixeira.
For Valverde, it's 11 o'clock. Do you know where your strikes are?
13 pitches out of the strike zone, only 5 in it so far for Valverde, who's hit 2, walked 1, but still has the lead. He's got to throw a strike here. Teixeira takes one. 3-1. This is the definition of a white knuckle save for Valverde and the Tigers. And in particular, Jim Leland. They're sweating it out on a cool night in Detroit in the Tiger dugout. Teixeira, a late swing and a foul. Now it's a full count. And this thing has been pushed as far as it can be pushed. The runners will go on a 3-2 from Valverde. Jam shot foul right in on his hands. Valverde will try to get him to chase. The problem is the pitches that have been out of the strike zone have been so far out of the strike zone they're not even tempting.
Yeah, they're not chaseable.
Runners will go. And that ties the game. A bases loaded walk. It's 3-3 here in the ninth inning. 2 hit batsmen, 2 walks. 3 stolen bases in the inning. Not a hit, but a tie game.
Well, you kind of understand Jim Leland's thinking that he's going to need Valverde long term, but it's awfully tough to stick with him this long with Bello ready, in the left-hander ready in the bullpen.
Now it's Jeter, the lead runner at third. He's the go-ahead run with 2 out. Ibanez on his 40th birthday takes a 95-mile-per-hour pitch inside for ball 1. And a visit from Santos out to Valverde. So you've got a left-handed batter up, Bilo in the bullpen. A look ahead to next week, next Saturday night. Mets and the Yankees, Rays, Marlins. Among the games on the slate. Next Saturday night. Now a 1-0 pitch from Valverde to Raul Ibanez. 7th man to bat in the inning. A strike. On a borderline pitch, it's 1-1.
Yeah, normally when a pitcher is that wild, he doesn't get a pitch like that.
Phelps is the guy in the background. Soriano, the closer, in the foreground. Depending on what happens here. Top of the 9th inning, 1-1 pitch is inside, 2-1. A bases loaded walk has tied it. And a 2-1 count on Ibanez. Popped up. Foul territory. Santos is there, and he missed it altogether, never touched it.
He never looked confident going after this ball, tiptoeing, and never made contact with it until it bounced.
And they're giving an error to Omir Santos. And so the at bat for Ibanez, he gets a birthday present. It continues here in the ninth.
That could affect how Santos catches the ball now. His confidence shaken.
And now he gets a foul tip right off the mask or helmet to keep it 2-2.
Let's think about it. I mean, you go after a pop-up, you don't even touch the ball, and now you have to go behind the plate with the bases loaded in a game situation and try to catch a pitcher who's not throwing strikes. He's all over the place.
Alex Avila was in the original lineup earlier this afternoon, could not answer the bell. They worked him out before the game, and so it's Omir Santos called up on Saturday behind the plate. Here's a 2-2. Another foul. That error, by the way, is the second of the night. And both belong to Omir Santos. One on the throw. It happened in the eighth on the stolen base, and now on the missed pop-up. Again, a 2-2 pitch with the bases loaded, 2 out. Ibanez chops one to Fielder, who goes to the bag to end the inning. What an inning. Top of the ninth inning, and we saw just about everything except a hit. And the Yankees tie it 3-3 as this crowd on a cool night in Detroit shows their frustration. Tigers coming up. Presented by Budweiser. Go into the bottom of the ninth inning in Detroit. 3-3 game. And a few changes for the Yankees. Coming in to catch is Chris Stewart. Staying in the ball game and going to left field is Dwayne Wise. Stewart will bat in the number 6 spot. And on the mound now is David Phelps, his 13th game. A 1-1 record, a good ERA, and he's got good stuff. The rookie right-hander taking over. He will deal with Young, Bosch, and Peralta.
At number 13, a lucky number for David Phelps. He retired 13 in a row for the Yankees. In his first 13 hitters faced, there were no base runners.
That was against the Angels. In a game started by Phil Hughes back on April 14th. A 1-0. Fly ball into right. Back is Swisher now coming in for out number 1. Delman Young flies to right, 1 for 4 on the night, and Swisher can smile now and breathe a little bit easier as he went back on the ball and then had to recover.
Well, taking that deep breath because the outfield for the Yankees are playing a no doubles defense. That sign from the outfield coach, or Tony Pena, is the hand behind the back. So they're playing deeper than they normally would to prevent the extra base hit.
Here's Brennan Bosch. He's hit 5 home runs on the year, dealing with Phelps. And you can see that good breaking ball from the right-hander, who is maybe a long-term option in the rotation for the Yankees if they want to go that direction. And who knows how long-term that could be. That could turn into short-term with the way the Yankees have gone in their rotation. Good fastball for a strike. Good tail to that pitch, and it's an 0-2 count.
Well, it's always good to follow a breaking ball with the fastball. And that's what Phelps did.
On deck is Peralta. Bosch is hitless on the night. Breaking ball, base hit into right center field. Good piece of hitting by Brennan Bosch, and the winning run is on here in the 9th inning.
Bosch went down and got that curveball on the 0-2 pitch out of the strike zone. Nicely done.
Now Peralta, who also is hitless. Talked about it earlier. The 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 spots in this Tiger lineup. Combined .233 average. Trying to have that group win a game here on a Saturday night. Ball 1, down and in.
Jim Leyland trying to get Bosch's attention, trying to tell him to take a bigger lead at first base.
And that draws the throw. Valverde blew the save, his first blown save in his career against the Yankees. But he at least kept it tied by getting Ibanez so the Tigers could win it potentially here in the 9th. That's ball 2, 2-0. Yankees a game out of first in the AL East. Tigers right now 5.5 out in the AL Central. White Sox had their 9-game winning streak snapped earlier in an extra inning loss to Seattle. Lamont out of the way of a sharply hit foul, 2-1. In case you're just joining us, here's our summary. 3-3. Girardi and Long ejected in the 7th. Valverde just blew a save, and with runners in scoring position, these teams combined 2 for 20. Offensively, the night has belonged to Miguel Cabrera with 2 home runs and a double. Good pick by Teixeira at first. His home run, Cabrera's, in the bottom of the 8th with 2 out, nobody on. Looked like it would set the Tigers up for their 25th win of the year. Instead, Jose Valverde in the top of the 9th inning hit the leadoff man, gave up a steal, 2 walks, another hit batsman. One of the walks with the bases loaded to tie it. Here's a fly ball into right. This ball is down, cut off by Swisher. Good job by Swisher to hold Peralta. Now the ball trickles away, but Jeter is there to grab it. It's first and third, 1 out on a single to right by Peralta.
What a gutsy play by Nick Fisher, who bare hands that ball. Easier play for a right-handed thrower because the glove's on the left hand. And Nick, knowing had he crossed his body, this game might be over. He bare hands it. Bosch looking all the way, had a good read on it, easily gets to third without a play. Great play by Swisher.
And now Don Kelly, who in left field took a home run away from Teixeira back in the 4th inning. Could end the night as Tony Pena comes out of the dugout. And he's going to go to his bullpen with the left-hander Phil Cope. Rather, Boone Logan coming in. So Phelps gives up back-to-back singles. Logan's coming in. Some of the faces from tonight. Valverde hoping for the win now. As we take a break, bottom of the ninth inning, tied 3-3 here in Detroit. He's got first and third, one out. And in essence, the only bench player that Jim Leyland has to use tonight, Ramon Santiago, will come off the bench and hit for Don Kelly.
And it certainly is within the realm of possibility that Jim Leyland will try to squeeze and end this thing right now. The infield for the Yankees are going to play in. Santiago's not a fast runner. They could play halfway and hope for a hard-hit ground ball, but they're going to play in. And the squeeze, a very real possibility. Santiago with 11 sacrifices last year. He's a good bunter.
The infield creeps in. Winning run at third, one out, 3-3 game, bottom of the ninth. Nice save by Stewart. Just into the game on that pitch down and in. Santiago homered last night, batting from this side of the plate against Sabathia. Not only is the infield in, but the outfield is pulled way in. And Gene Lamont gives verbal instructions to Santiago with first and third, one out. That bounces in, and another good stop by Stewart.
Two tough, good plays by Chris Stewart. Obtained by San Francisco in the offseason by the Yankees. Good plays. The reason outfielders have to come in is they try to position themselves to make a throw from a standstill in the outfield. And so they're going to walk him even though there are runners on at first and third. This is a good move by Pena.
Well, if there's one guy that, according to the Tigers before the game, they couldn't pinch hit for, it's Omir Santos.
Yeah, right. Excellent point.
And so Santos, really the only healthy catcher on this roster, even though they have two guys active, Avila and Laird, but both are nicked up. Santos, who's committed 2 defensive miscues in this game with 2 errors, could win it. Bases loaded, 1 out here in the 9th. Bosch started this. He's the winning run at third. He got a base hit with 1 out into right center. Infield is in. And a breaking ball drops in for a strike to Santos. On deck is the left-handed hitting Quentin Berry. Here comes the 0-1. Fly ball into right field. Back is Swisher. Tagging is Bosch. Tigers win it. Santos with a game-winning RBI on a sac fly to right.
Biggest moment of his life right here.
Called up on Saturday. 3rd year in the Tigers organization. And a guy who defensively had a rough last 2 innings. Missed a foul pop-up moments ago.
Excuse me, Joe. Missed the foul pop-up. And from despair to victory.
And the game-winning sacrifice fly with Swisher in, had to go back to get it. Too much to do, too little time, and Bosch scores the winning run with a smile on his face, and the Tigers win it 4-3. And you can see Cabrera saying, water, water, water. He was going to pour it on Omir Santos, who's the hero for Detroit. We'll take a break and come back and wrap up our night. We saw a lot here this evening. Valverde the winner, Phelps the loser. Tigers beat the Yankees 4-3. Back after this.